Good evening. It is January 24th, 2022, and we are, part of us in the town room and part of us are at home. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted via remote means. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the January 24th, 2022 meeting to order. I'll call upon each counselor by name. At that time, they should unmute their mic and say present. This will indicate that you can hear us and we can hear you. Shalini Baumil.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Present.
Pam Rooney.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
Please make sure you have muted your mic again. There is no chat room for this meeting. If you have technical issues, please let Athena know. And we will make sure that that is either noted in the minutes or we will stop the meeting until we can address the technical difficulty. If you have a question or a comment, please use the raised hand button, even if you are in the town room with us. We're going to move quickly to announcements. There are several up here, and I want to make sure that you note the following: that the Community Resources Committee is meeting on January 27th at 6:30. It was originally not posted correctly. And in addition to that, the Town Services and Outreach Committee is meeting at 7 p.m. on February 1st, not at 6. They have moved that in order to accommodate one of the other celebrations. There are two special meetings of the Elementary School Building Committee coming up. One is on Wednesday, January 26th from 6 to 9. It's a visioning session. And then there is a community forum on February 3rd at 6:30. Both of those will be on Zoom. We want to note that there will be two events coming up, one with the Black History Month flag raising ceremony, and that's February 1st at 6 o'clock, and the Lunar New Year celebration, February 8th at 6 o'clock. Not on your agenda are the fact that District 1 is having a meeting this Sunday at 3:30, and District 3 is having a meeting this Sunday at 2 o'clock. Both of those will be by Zoom, and you can find information on the town calendar. We are going to move rapidly now to hearings. Let me just mention, we actually have 5 hearings tonight, but we're doing them as one hearing, but we will do them individually and then move on to the next. All of these are about the placement of poles, utility poles. And the general meeting format is the same. And I will go through this for each of the 5 groups, 5 petitions. First of all, there's a brief petitioner presentation. Next, there's questions from counselors. Then we ask the public if they have questions. We ask the public then for those to speak in favor of it. And then we ask those opposed to speak for it. And then we go back to questions from the council. At the conclusion of looking at all 5 of these, we will in fact close debate and move on to a few other items, but rapidly come to a vote on the petitions. So with that, we're joined tonight by Nick Langone, Anthony Gentile, Mike Rosenberg, and Michael Gutchius. And if I mispronounced your name, please accept my apologies and correct us. So the first poll hearing is Echo Phil Access Road. And on your screen, you will see a map of that. And I don't know which one of you is going to do this, so whoever is, speak up.
This is Mike Gutchis. This was my petition. I'm here on behalf of Eversource, and we'd like to set 4 new poles along the access road by the recycling center for connection to a solar site.
Okay. Are there counselor questions? I am not seeing any counselor questions. I'm going to go to the attendees. Please raise your hand if you are from Amherst and you would like to speak or ask a question about this particular petition. Is there anybody who is not from Amherst who would like to speak about this particular petition? I am seeing none, so I will go back to the council and ask if they have any questions. Okay, Mandy Jo, I'm going to start with you, and then Andy has told me he's having trouble using the raise hand function. Mandy Jo.
Yeah, just one brief one, which is I drove by there today and it appears that some of the poles are already up. Is that correct, even though we haven't given the permission yet?
That should not be the case. But if you say it happened, it did.
There are
Are you
some
sure it's these poles that were set?
I don't know. It just looked like there were brand new poles on the access road as I was
Oh.
turning off of onto Route 9. Like, that's why I was asking, are they those or are they something else?
I would have to see what you're talking about. I went out to stake the locations a couple months ago. There are existing poles on the right side of the access road as you're heading into it. And
Right.
what we would be doing is like what you see on the map, we're crossing the access road from that first pole in and then running parallel to it.
Guilford, do you have your hand up? Guilford is our superintendent of public works. Guilford, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry. The poles that are there now are the existing poles. There were a couple that were replaced recently, but it has nothing to do with the solar project, is my understanding.
Okay, that's makes me feel better.
Thank you for that clarification. Andy, you wanted to ask a question but could not raise your hand for some reason.
Yes, in any event, I'll go straight to the question. And this actually pertains to all of the hearings, so I'm only going to ask it once. Mr. Mooring had sent a memo to the council in which he said, Eversource should be reminded to pull a street opening permit before this work, and the placement of the pole should be field adjusted as needed to minimize trimming impacts to existing shade trees and effect on existing utilities. So I just wanted to ask a general question of Eversource as to whether that's a problem with any of the locations, and I'm hoping not to have to repeat the question multiple times.
We'd welcome a response from anybody from Eversource that is prepared to respond.
I can't speak to the other projects. This one will require a little bit of tree trimming. But, you know, any environmental permits will be addressed before that happens.
Okay. Guilford?
So the trees in question on this actual petition are not shade trees. They're trees inside the town property of the landfill. So it doesn't require a shade tree hearing. But just and actually this one doesn't require a street opening permit because it's not on a street. It's actually just on town property.
Right? Andy, was that sufficient to answer your question for this one?
Yes.
Okay. Shalini, you have your hand up.
Can the town staff tell us about the impact this will have? And I'm not just clear. I know we received an email about this, but I'm still not clear what we're expected. Are we sending it to town services? How do we understand the impact of this? And maybe the town staff can tell us.
I want to make sure I understand you. You're wondering why we do these hearings and what our role is?
Yes.
Okay. Our role is to approve these because they are in the public way, and we are the keepers of the public way. The town council is. So therefore, anytime somebody wants to do something that will alter the public way, we have to approve it.
And then to approve it, can we understand the impact of it from the town staff?
On the town staff, if you,
Yes.
is that, you would like to ask a question, is there an impact of this on town staff?
No. Can the town staff tell us about the impact of this on the neighbors, or are the neighbors there, on the trees, or any, how is the traffic, or in what way might it impact the quality of life of people or travel or anything?
Okay.
Like, how do we approve it? What is the criteria for approving it?
Guilford, would you like to speak to this particular one, please?
Yes, on all of these petitions, we look at whether or not the request impacts any of our existing utilities in the area, underground water, underground sewer, underground storm drain. We also look at the tree canopy above and see how it will affect the tree canopy. Like I said, this one is off the road and doesn't affect any shade trees. And it's actually, this will be required to connect the solar project the town has with its solar developer to the grid. If we don't do these 4 poles, the solar project is just going to be a bunch of flat panels that look nice on the top of the landfill. So these have to go in. So we weigh it back and forth and said, what's in the best interest of the town. And these 4, there is really no impact to the town road, and it's no impact whatsoever. There's actually no utilities that the town own on that side of the road either. So it's actually a good fit for this. There is some tree trimming that has to be done. It's a bunch of small pine trees that have to be cut back a little bit, but they'll fill right back in, and you won't really tell much once it's done.
Dorothy?
So I'm confused about what the public way is and isn't. Twice Guilford said, this is not a street, or it's not a road, or it's on town property. So some clarification there. Thank you.
It is town property. And because it is town property, it is the public way, just like the town common is the public way. So whenever we're dealing with that, we have to deal with this. Anna?
Yeah, mine is more of a comment, and it's more directed as a question to the council. So some of the petitions list to the select board, some say to city council. Is there a way to Eversource to, in the future, make all of them say town council? And then for us, does this impact us? Are we're good to go, right? When it still says select board or city council?
Mr. Bockelman?
Yes, so future petitions will all be addressed to the town council. They will
Thank
correct
you.
that.
Mandy Jo?
Yeah, on this one, I'm with Dorothy. The town dump is not the public way. The town landfill is not the public way. The public way would be south, sort of below that red line on this particular one. And so the common is part of the public way, but the school property or this town hall property is not part of the public way if they were going to put a pole there. So why are we doing this for this particular request since it doesn't appear to be in the public way?
Mr. Bockelman or Guilford?
I'll take this one. It's more, Eversource usually talks to us before they actually submit the poll petitions. And in this case, they had a whole bunch and they were it was more of a, let's get it out the door. And this was in the pile. And when we were going through the pile, we didn't realize this was on the public, was on the landfill property and not on Old Belchertown Road. So it was just included in. If you actually say, no, you're not going to approve it, then I assume the town manager could approve it because it is town property. But it just was in the pile and we didn't see it until after they submitted everything. Normally we see these before they submit, and we actually have a little chat with Eversource before they're submitted. But these didn't get done.
So if we decide at this point to just drop this discussion, that would be sufficient? Paul?
Yes, based on that, the town manager could grant the permission. But it does, it's not a bad thing that the public has word of this, is aware of that happening, because there are 4
Okay.
major polls going in, 5 or 4. So.
Okay, then I'm going to remove this vote from the motions, okay? And please, somebody remind me when we do the consent agenda to remove it as well. With that, we're going to go on to the next one. The next one deals with 46 Rolling Ridge Road.
Oh, excuse me, before we go further, does that mean Eversource can set the polls, or are you refusing it?
Mr. Bockelman.
No, we will grant permission to do this.
Okay.
Okay.
Just from my point of view, if this was like some private property, we would have to get an easement to proceed. So if it, if
Is
we
there
would need to
any-
look at it in terms of that, then there would be some sort of process for that. But it's approved, so that's good for me. I will pass that along.
Before we move, so maybe a question to Guilford, obviously the council would have to grant an easement if that's what they need.
In the past, those easements have been granted by the town manager. So we'd have to talk more about it.
Okay. I mean,
Mandy Jo, do you have a question?
I guess it's for when we get to this at the meeting and the debate, but would it be better for us to grant the permission to the town manager tonight to execute an easement?
Yes.
So if the town manager could be working on some wording for a motion before we get there, that would be great.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent suggestion. We'll not take that action during a hearing because we don't take actions during hearings. Are there any other questions on this particular piece of property? Okay, then we are going to move on to 46 Rolling Ridge Road.
Hello, Anthony Gentile here. I'm representing Rolling Ridge Road and the 76 Flat Hills. I should say before we go any further, though, that as of last week, I spoke to the homeowner at 46 Rolling Ridge, and they decided that they're not going to pursue a pole on their side of the street, which means Eversource really has nothing to do with any new infrastructure there anymore.
Does that mean you're withdrawing this petition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Guilford, comment?
Is Eversource still going to own the wire which goes from the pole across the street to the house?
There's currently an underground service that the homeowner was upgrading, and so the cable going underground is going to need to get upsized. So the original plan was to drop a pole on their side of the street and come across the street with a larger cable, but they're going to try to obtain permission to, I'm assuming, cut the road and go from the existing pole. But since we're not installing any infrastructure, that's really between the homeowner and his electrician to figure out.
So you already have a line that goes across the street and you're just going to upgrade it.
Well, it's going under the street, and we're not gonna upsize that. He will be.
Okay.
Kathy, we're at the period now where counselors ask questions before appears that we will be withdrawing this as well.
Okay, my question, it has been answered indirectly as I understood it when I looked at the others. This was the exception where there aren't any poles now. So the service appears to be underground. And this would, for the first time, be putting in a pole for above the ground. So my question, is that the case on the others we're looking at, number one? And number two, if in the future we get a request like this, do we have any policy on a town preference for having underground? I've noticed a lot of the new developments don't have electrical poles, and that it goes underground and it saves it from tree and storm damage. So do we have any bylaws or anything addresses that? I don't know whether we do or not. So the first is, this is the only one that would have put a pole in where there are no poles now.
I want to, okay, Kathy, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to stick to the question of, in this case, we are not putting a pole in this neighborhood, and there are no existing poles in this neighborhood. Is that correct?
That is my question. And I can ask that of the others when they come up. It looked to me like there are poles in existing. So that's the question. Are there no poles in this neighborhood?
There are poles on Rolling Ridge Road. It's hard to see in a black and white, but there's a pole across the street from that proposed pole location, 179/3.
Okay.
And that's where I was going to take power from to get across the street so that he could go underground up to his house.
Okay, so it's very faint on the map, but where there are existing joint poles, it's with a circle with an X in it.
Correct.
And they're very light. Kathy, do you see them?
Yes.
Okay, so but the poll that you originally were planning to come to us tonight for, you are not, and you will not be back unless the homeowners cannot resolve this in some other way. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then in that case, we will not be voting on this unless somebody sees a reason we have to. Okay. We are now going to 20 Triangle Street. Could we have someone from Eversource?
Good evening. This is Nick Langoni. I'll be representing Eversource for Triangle Street. You might hear a dog and a toddler involved as well. So you want me to speak to the project or?
Please.
Sure. So I was approached by the customer, the electrician representing the Emily Dickinson house renovation. They're looking to do a service upgrade, a sizable service upgrade for the Emily Dickinson house. And their design team had proposed coming off of Triangle Street as opposed to Main Street. Because their service is going to be kind of in the back of the lot, and this seemed to be the least disruptive. So we decided that a new mid-span pole on Triangle Street would best accomplish this goal. From there, it's going to go underground to the back of the Emily Dickinson house.
Okay, are there questions from the council? Andy?
Yeah, it's the same question that I had asked before, and I just wanted to touch base with it, and that is that Mr. Mooring had made a recommendation to the council that these utility corrections should require that Eversource pull opening permits, and that placement of the poles would be field adjusted to minimize trimming impact on shade trees and existing an effect on existing utilities, and just to make sure that that's not a problem if that's added to the conditions.
Nick, did you have a comment for that?
I believe that this location had some maybe arborvitaes or other kind of tree fence vegetation. I don't recall there being shade trees, but maybe the DPW superintendent can speak to that.
Guilford, are there any comments on that issue?
There are some shade trees in the area, but they were able to place this pole, and they'll be able to place this pole without any conflicts with those trees. There are some, like he says, some ground clearing of some of the lower lying arborvitae.
Okay, Andy, is that sufficient?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Mandy Jo?
Yeah, this is a question for this one and the remaining two, which is all of these poles that are being requested are going really close to already existing poles. So I guess I just don't quite understand why a new pole is needed and that the service can't just be attached to the poles that are already there. Could you explain to me why we need to put up new poles for this one?
Sure. So, I mean, these all go on a case by case basis. Each situation is unique, but in this particular case, the pole to the north and the pole to the south on Triangle Street, we weren't really able to use. Either they had existing infrastructure on them. This service is going to require a 3-phase primary riser. So basically that's just an apparatus that converts an overhead system to an underground system. And it's pretty cumbersome. So it needs to be a clean pole without any transformers or other equipment on it already. Additionally, there were some questions, I believe, with like the archaeological society or the historical society. I'm not sure what the name is, but we couldn't come off that southern pole without really infringing on some key space on the Emily Dickinson property. The least intrusive option would be to come off of this new proposed pole where we can kind of hug the property line without, disturbing the property, which is historic, as you guys know. And the north pole would be even more disruptive because we'd have to come across a lot of blacktop for that parcel. And when you're in an underground system, you really want to have a straight conduit system. You want to minimize bends wherever possible. So, the further north or south we go, the more bends we introduce, and it really complicates the project. Additionally, if we were coming from the north pole, I think it's 150/3 there, it would complicate the easement process because now we'd be running the service for Emily Dickinson House across another property. And we are kind of doing that now, but it's minimal. We'd be overburdening that second property with the easement if we did anything but install a new pole. So in my professional opinion, this was the least impactful option.
Okay, Mandy Jo, sufficient? Okay, Pam Rooney?
I'm going to follow up with that because that was kind of my question, but given that it's Emily Dickinson that is asking for this, Emily Dickinson Museum that is asking for this new pole, is there any chance that the 2 existing poles could be removed and the materials and the equipment be placed on the new one, since it's starting to really clutter what I assume is supposed to be a fairly attractive area near a major destination in Amherst? Thank you.
Nick?
I do try to minimize, new poles wherever possible, but in my professional opinion, this was probably the best way to do it. I think there is transformers that serve the neighboring properties on these poles, and I think there is on pole 150/1 down at the intersection. There is, I believe, a switch. I could take a second look at it if the council would like me to, but I don't think there's a way for me to remove any poles from this area to accommodate this.
Okay. Anna?
Sure. I just have a statement that I work for Amherst College, which owns the Emily Dickinson House, as well as this is relevant for the next hearing as well. So I'm just stating for the record, I do not stand to benefit from the decision about these. This is not for Eversource. This is just for everyone's benefit.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to, are there any other council questions? I'm going to now move to the audience and ask if there are any people in the audience who would like to speak to this. I saw a hand and Mary Lynn Buscardin. And then it went down. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question, speak in favor, or speak against this? Jing Tang, please unmute and state your question or comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Thank you to give me a chance. I'm Ji Cheng Tang. I'm the owner of the, I'm not sure that's interrupting. So I'm talking about the previous case, which is to the pole to 46 Rolling Ridge. So I can wait, or if you want me to say it right now.
Yes, please wait. I'd like to stay
Okay, sure, I wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other people in the audience who would like to speak by asking a question or speak in favor or speak against this proposed poll, which is at 20 Triangle Street? Okay, are there any other counselor comments? I'm going to pause for a moment, and although we have thought we had settled the 46 Rolling Ridge Road, I want to ask Mr. Tang if he would like to make a comment. You need to unmute. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I just like to, add something to the field engineer, Anthony, from the Eversource regarding the plan about putting the pole to the front of my yard. So the project is I upgrade my fuse board from the 100 amps to 200 amps, which is an electrician who's doing the job fired the application to Eversource, because as I understand, Eversource is responsible to bring the power to my property. And then from my property to my house is the owner responsibility. So therefore, the field engineer, Anthony, I appreciate that he was thinking about, the way how to bring the power from the main line on the street to my property. So he did talk to me over the phone. He said he didn't want to, dig the road, which is make the underground pass. Instead, he planned to add the pole in front of my yard, the side of my driveway, which is can bring the power across the road to my front of the property. And then it's my responsibility from there to my house, which will be underground. And then after I discussed this plan with my family, also my neighborhood, which is like Marilyn, also Tony, which is several families, actually, once they heard about this, they really expressed concern, so as my family, because the overhead cable crossed the road from the other side of the road to my property, obviously put some kind of risk of the storming day, it can power outage. Also, if the really kind of a extreme situation can pull the main line from the street, it can cause out of the electricity, not only to my house, but also to my neighborhood. So that's why my neighborhood and my family really prefer they keep the underground way path, which is my current cable is underground. I spoke this to Anthony, about a couple of weeks ago. I just gave him the information, family and the neighborhood for long term, for the future, the risk of the storming day, outrage, this kind of things. So Anthony, heard about this, say, okay, we can, see how town meeting, goes. So I just add this kind of information. As I understand, if, the current, the plan, adding a pole is not a good choice, I think the next choice will be still go underground. That's I understand. If I said something is not match the policy, Anthony can make a comment, please. Also, my neighborhood, Marilyn, also, Lynn and Hans, next door, you can also make some comments. Thank you to give me this chance.
So my understanding is that at this point, the plan is to go underground, and therefore the petition for a pole is not necessary. And Guilford, unless you can tell me differently, I will go with that advice.
Yes, I'm just say, I make it clear, as I understand, it's a Eversource responsibility to bring the power to the owner's, property. And then from that point, it's a owner's property, to bring the, the electricity to my house. So, not to put them, the electrical pole is not a good plan, because my neighbors and my families, so, we don't kind of we don't like this plan. So I think Eversource has to go the underground way.
Yeah.
That's I understand. Is that right, Anthony?
Anthony, do you have any further comment on this particular one?
Just to clarify, Eversource isn't going to pull any secondary cable underground. So if you want to pursue the underground route from the existing pole, that would be your responsibility to work with your electrician and whoever is going to be doing the actual work to pull conduit, to put conduit into the grounds to pull new cable to the pole. And then what Eversource will do is make the connection at the existing pole, but we won't install any underground cable or conduit for secondary.
But the current pole is not in front of my property. It's across the street. So you mean to open the road is my responsibility?
Yes.
Oh, that's seems like I heard it differently when before the project I spoke to your company, which is they told me clearly it's Eversource's responsibility to bring the main power to the the owner's property, the front of the property, and then it's the owner's responsibility from there to the house. So the existing pole is across the street. It's not in my property, in front of my property, So I don't think, I'm the one to dig a road.
Is this something that we could discuss outside of the poll petition?
Sure. Yeah, that's
really
what I
doesn't have
thought. That's
anything
why, I didn't, to voice my question, right away, but I got a, same concern from my neighbors and my next door, cross street, Marilyn, my next door, Lin Tang, that's why, I kind of, went back to ask you a question, It seems like what you just said, is different, with your company's policy. You know, you're not say, because it's not my plan to put the electrical pole, to add one in front of my yard, you know. It's you know, because you prefer not to dig the road, which is I understand, you know. But now, you know, if not to add in the pole, you know, the electrical pole is not the plan. But I think it's still, you have to find a way to bring the power to my property, right? It's not my responsibility to dig a road.
I need to ask that the involved parties settle what needs to happen here. And if you do need to come back because of the need for permission to use our public way, you can do so. But I think it sounds to me as if additional discussion and understanding is needed between Eversource and the parties. Andy?
Yes, I was just about to suggest that this hearing be continued until February 7 to give the parties time.
On this item? Yes.
Correct. Well, they're separate hearings, this particular item.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's very wise. Thank you. Okay, so we've completed 20 Triangle Street. We're now going to go to Woodside Avenue. The presentation, please, from Eversource.
Sure, this is Nick again. So I was approached by Amherst College to provide a new electric service for a new proposed building. There was no good way to really feed this new project from the street address, which is, somebody help me, what's the name of the street that the main college drag is on? Is that Pleasant Street?
Northampton Road.
No, so if you go down up
South Pleasant.
Woodside, South Pleasant, yeah. The infrastructure on South Pleasant wouldn't support this project, so it was determined that the best course of action would be to come down Northampton Road, down Woodside Ave, and provide the service from the back of the lot. Because there's three-phase power on Northampton Road already. And we could upgrade the poles coming down Woodside Ave, and then put a three-phase riser on the property line at pole 164 over 3M, shown on this map, which would be the three-phase riser that went to the new pad mount transformer for the college. So this project is bigger than the last one because while we're not going to be putting new poles up and down Woodside Ave, with the exception of 164 over 3M, we would be increasing the size of the existing poles because we're bringing three wires down the road instead of one. So that is something to consider as well.
Questions from the council, Mandy Jo?
Same question as last time. This is really close to two other poles, and if you're already putting other poles, new poles in the same locations as those other two that are marked 164.3 and 164.4, why do we need another new pole? Can't we put it all on one of those other two?
Unfortunately, it's pretty much the same situation as the last one. A lot of it has to do with easements and underground conduit routing. If I want to provide a service pretty much following that property line up to the back of the new building, the conduit needs to follow that path. So if I were to come from another pole, there would be some kind of easement and legal issues and bends in the conduit that would overburden the property owners, in my opinion. Additionally, there's transformer on pole 164 over 4. I think 164 over 3 is cleaned. I mean, another option would be to come off of one of those existing poles and then have the customer install like underground concrete vaults along the way, wherever there's 90-degree bends. So that kind of has its own problems as well, because there's, I think, a gas main underneath the road there. There might be other utilities.
Mandy Jo, further question?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, parcel 14A 190, which is adjacent to pole 164.3 that you just said is clean, is owned by the same property owner as the parcel you're heading to, 144, 190, or 14A 195, both owned by Amherst College. So wouldn't that ease the issue with easements, because you probably wouldn't need one since they're the same property owner?
I would still need to take one because the easements are more about the actual crossing of parcels, not necessarily who owns them, because who owns them today may not be who owns them, 5-10 years from now. People could sell those properties. So, I mean, the college could grant an easement to itself, really, to make that pass. And if they had to, I'm sure they would. But that's probably still not the best design, in my opinion, as we're introducing angles into the conduit system, and the college is probably not going to want to have a easement, 20-foot electric easement in perpetuity on that the president's house lot if they don't need to. It just gets a little complicated when you start coming off of poles that are kind of further away, and you're like kind of kitty cornering other properties. You're kind of introducing, additional, complications that I don't think are necessary.
Further questions, Mandy Jo? Pam, you had your hand up. Okay. All right. I'm going to move now to the audience to see if there's anybody who would like to ask a question regarding this particular proposal on Woodside Avenue. Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of it? Or in opposition? Okay, I'm going to come back to councilor questions. I just want to ask whether or not we feel that the answers to these questions are sufficient to move forward with this, or did we want to delay this one as well? Pam?
I think I have enough information, but it occurs to me that in 2 situations out of just 4 or 5, we've seen a redundancy in telephone poles, and I think telephone poles are the bane of our, urban existence. So I would urge town staff, and whenever working with an entity like Eversource, to really push for consolidation of poles rather than addition of new. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other councilor comments on this one at this time? Kathy?
Yeah, it's a question because we had this on Triangle. Would this be one that we could get more information on if we waited to make a decision to February 7th, or do we have all the information we're going to get?
Nick?
I mean, if you want to provide me with some succinct questions, I can take a second look if need be. I do believe this is the best design in my opinion, but if you guys need more information, just let me know what you need to know, and I can, provide any information I can.
Okay. Paul, you raised your hand.
Yes, I think along those lines, since the council's already extending, continuing the public hearing for one, you could continue it for this one as well, and ask town staff to work with Eversource or Amherst College to see if they could, reduce the total number of polls going forward, and then come back to you on February 7th.
So that was the general sense of what I was hearing about questions. Is there a way to reduce the number of poles? We already have 2 there. There's a proposed now 3rd one to be erected. Is there a way to not put a 3rd one up, or do something that means we don't have to have as many poles? Dorothy, you have a question?
Yes. Perhaps it was answered tonight. I missed it, but I thought that the movement was towards putting poles underground, particularly in our New England climate. And I'm just wondering if Eversource has a comment on whether they're going to be moving towards putting more of the wiring underground.
Sure. So, many customers for new construction and for upgrades do elect to go underground. This project is mostly underground. However, the existing infrastructure is overhead lines. So we kind of have to work with the historic and existing conditions. So unless we wanted to convert all of Woodside Ave underground, that would be an expensive cost for Eversource. Additionally, we'd have to work with the DPW to make sure that there's sufficient room underground for those utilities without interfering with water, sewer, drain, gas. And then thirdly, all of the houses on Woodside Ave are fed with overhead wire, and it's different equipment to come from an underground system. So we'd have to also upgrade all of the houses on the west side of Woodside there with new meters. We'd have to cut the road and trench to each house. Like it's not so simple to just say, let's go underground. There's a lot of historical and existing conditions that need to be considered, when you're working with utilities. For new construction, yeah, new subdivision, yeah, underground all the way. But when you're dealing with, existing parameters, it's a little more complicated.
Have you ever done a cost analysis, though, of the kind of problems you have with the overhead wires, given our climate, and the cost of replacing that whole bunch that you mentioned?
I haven't personally, but there are people in the company who do such analysis.
Dorothy, anything else?
No, I do think it would be interesting to hear such an analysis at some future time, because all we hear about is we get our Eversource warnings all the time to our email as counselors, and it's always talking about, power line's going to go down. So seems like it is a big problem given our crazy climate.
Thank you. Shalini?
Yeah, I think it's clear that we want to minimize the number of poles, but since we don't understand the technical, at least I don't understand the technical implications of that. So I think next time, if we could get from the town staff, what are the best practices in a situation like this about consolidation of poles? What are the pros and cons of that? And to, let us understand why we're not able to consolidate, and that could be part of the report. Thank you.
Nick?
Sure, absolutely. One thing I should say is that the complication with installing these midspan poles, as we call them, which is like a new pole that's in between two existing poles, is if I were to remove either of the poles to the north or the south, I would just need to make sure that the span length I'm creating is not too great for the pole to handle. Like, we like to keep our span length like a maximum of like 150 feet. So say, for example, I remove pole 164 with 3, and so the next pole, is probably up here somewhere. I would need to make sure that that span length is less than 150 feet, or else it's going to put too much stress on the pole. So I think if we were to try to reduce the amount of poles on Woodside, I'd probably have to start from Northampton Road and just make sure that they're spaced appropriately to give us that 150 feet. We are going to be replacing all the poles on Woodside anyway, but they're going to go in the same location as the previous ones. I think if you like, I could maybe go out there this week and maybe stake a new proposed route to minimize poles, but I might have to come back to the council and get permission for additional pole locations, because I'm not entitled to the rights of those existing poles beyond a couple feet. So if I have to move one of the existing poles like 15 feet, I'd need to permission it as new. Does that make sense?
So it seems to me like we are going to carry this one over to the 7th of February as well. And you're going to come back with that. And I don't know if you meant to say that you're replacing poles on Woodside, or did you mean you were going to be replacing them on Route 9?
So as part of this project for Amherst College, so there's currently one wire that comes down Woodside Ave. That's called single phase. The requirements for their new building is 3 phase. So you need three wires. So there need to be bigger poles, 5 feet bigger, approximately, taller, with an 8-foot wood cross arm at the top. That's what carries the 3 wires. So that's what's going to come down Woodside Ave. To accommodate that, we would be upgrading the existing single phase poles, which are probably 40-foot poles, and installing 45-foot poles with those wood cross arms. So we already have the rights to those pole locations that were petitioned who knows when. And we typically have the right to, change those poles without having to re-petition them if they're in the same location. So I could come back and restake that pole line to try to minimize the amount of poles on Woodside, so you don't have this extra pole. But I might have to petition for different locations. Additionally, if there's any risers on those poles, any pipes that take electric or phone or cable from overhead to underground, that kind of makes moving those poles complicated because the conduit is kind of in that one location. So we either have to keep that pole location the same or pay someone to, relocate those utilities, and that gets really tricky. But I will take a look at it and produce my findings. I need to go out there and do some research.
Got it. Shalini, did you still have another question?
Yes. Just are there any negative implications on a delay in our decision on the project or anybody involved?
Nick?
That is a good question. The college hopes to have the new service energized by March. So I think if we did postpone this, it would cut it real close, and they might miss that deadline. Because it will take me, say we got permission today, it'll take me almost a month to get that pole in the ground.
Shalini? Further questions?
Oh, just a question then to the council and to the town staff, what they recommend. But should we postpone it?
We're asking Eversource to come back on February 7th with any other additional options that they might like us to look at, and that might include other polls.
But knowing that that might have implications on Amherst College delay of, yeah, okay.
I'm going to review all of that as we finish up. We have one more to go. Is there any other comment or question from counselors at this time on Woodside Avenue? All right, then we're going to 76 Flat Hills Road. Before we begin this, I just want to say that I live on Flat Hills Road, but I have done extensive research and I am not an abutter. So my husband would say excessive research. 76 Flat Hills Road.
Hello, Anthony here again. So this is a pole that is proposed. It's on the opposite side from the existing pole line. Our customer or future customer is building a house on the opposite side of the street from the existing poles, and he would like an underground service. So I would like to plant a pole on the corner of his driveway so that he can take his underground conduit to it.
Okay. Counselor questions, Mandy Jo.
Yeah, there's a pole on that side of the street, 44/5, and then there's 44/6 that's on the other side of the street. Are you recrossing with overhead wires, Flat Hills Road? I'm not sure where the wires cross, but, or are the wires coming from 44/5 to that pole so that the street doesn't need crossed overhead with wires?
44/5 currently crosses to 44/6. It's my intention to take a span of overhead from 44/6 to what would be 44/6-1, and then go underground to, that's in the neighborhood of where his driveway is right now. And then
so that
underground
means
to his house.
the wires would cross the street twice in the span of a block or less?
Yes.
Is there any way you can take the wires from 44/5 directly to 44/6-1? And then cross to 44/6?
Guilford?
The way it's set up now is that they are reducing the number of trees they impact by crossing from side to side in some of these places. So if you took the wire from 44.5 and ran it to the new pole he's proposing, you would trim more trees on the left side of the road. It's less impact to the trees to cross directly from 44.6 directly over, because the wire, you're right, the wire already goes diagonally across the road through there, and there's less impact on the trees through that stretch.
Mandy Jo? Kathy?
I guess this will feel like a repeat from before, but Mandy Jo asked about running a wire overhead. Can you run a wire underground? Since what I heard was the wire is going to go from existing pole to new pole, and then it's diving underground to the house. So I'm just wondering, does this mean every time one new house comes in, we get a pole and then it dives under? Why can't the wire from the existing pole 44.6, why can't it go underground to the house?
I mean, that would be up to the builder to decide if he wants to pursue trenching across the road and gaining all those permissions to do that. I can take that to him.
Is that also true if they went from 44.5 up to 44.6-1?
Yeah, that's what I said. Run underground there without going across the road.
That would be an excessive amount of trenching. That's not really a feasible option for this situation.
Kathy, did you have a further question?
No, thank you.
So, while I'm not in a butter, I live in the neighborhood. We, in this particular neighborhood, are enormously susceptible to power outages. And when we lose power, we often lose it for 3 days over Thanksgiving, 7 days in October. And a lot of that is because of the trees. Now, we love our trees, but I'm concerned about more overhead wire poles. And this is true for all of Flat Hills Road. Questions? Answer? Dorothy?
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a real feeling of willy-nilly, just, add a pole here, add a pole there as you need them, and you keep needing them here and there. And it's going to end up with just really crazy system. And I'm with Mandy Jo for asking how many times do the wires cross across the streets? I think it's time to look at these things with a different set of eyes and to say, okay, things change. How can we do it so we can adapt to change without making this just a bunch of clutter of poles and wires?
I'm going to ask if there's any other counselor questions. If not, I'm going to go to the audience. Okay, in the audience, are there any people who would like to ask a question? Are there any people who would like to speak in favor of this poll? Ronnie Parker, please. Please unmute and enter the room. State your name and where you live.
Hi, this is Ronnie Parker. I live in District 3. I find this discussion really interesting, and I'm wondering why I'm still in the question phase. I'm wondering, Eversource must have encountered this over and over. And I'm wondering, is it just cost that they're not doing underground wiring? I see it as a fairly big problem, as others have noted, that we're putting in more overhead wiring, and it sounds like it's because it's somehow easier to do because the air over us is less regulated or less monitored or something. But I think in the long term, it's really a problem. And I'm wondering if Eversource has had a more sort of a wider strategic discussion about how they approach providing power. Thank you.
Nicholas? Nick?
Sure, I could speak to that. So these overhead wires that come down in storms, obviously they're a business concern for us, just like they are inconvenience for you when you lose power. We don't want them to come down either. So, we have looked at ways of reducing the impact of these storms on our customers. It's always our goal to build redundancies in our system to try to get people back online as quickly as possible. And we have some very smart people in this company whose entire job it is to increase circuit reliability. That being said, kind of like what I spoke to about our other project, we have to consider the existing conditions here, and it'd be a massive, massive project to try to put all of our overhead equipment underground. The permitting, the environmental concerns, all of this is by moving things from overhead underground, you're going to create problems that you may not consider with the existing overhead lines. So it's not as simple as just, you're going to increase reliability if you move everything underground. That might be true, but to get to that point is going to be a very long road. There's a lot of work that would have to be done to move our lines underground. It's very easy to do that for new developments, but for Flat Hills Road, I used to live on Flat Hills Road. There's a lot of tree cover there, and that's why you're going to have issues when there's storms. But consider the alternative. Consider trenching up and down Flat Hills Road and burying pipe, replacing all the existing overhead infrastructure with underground. You'd have to get rights to install underground transformers up and down Flat Hills Road. You'd have to get permission from the property owners to trench from the road to their house. And that's just one street. So explode that opinion out across an entire service territory, and you can see how challenging it is. And that doesn't even speak to the engineering challenges of, it's different equipment that has different issues. Right now, with the supply chain shortage, it's very difficult to even get some of this material. So there's a lot of factors in play here. And I think our engineers are trained to try to do best by the customer. It is typically cheaper for the customer to get an overhead service because we provide that for free, which is included in the Massachusetts state tariff on how Eversource can do business. We typically provide one free pole and one free span of wire for new customers. However, the same tariff also says that a customer building new underground, they're going to be burdened on the cost of installing that new infrastructure. So in areas where it makes sense to go overhead, the customer is probably going to take overhead unless they have an aesthetic desire to go underground, because it's typically more costly. So when you're talking about putting stuff underground, you're also talking about forcing costs onto the constituents here that they may not already have. I just spoke a lot about a lot of things. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to speak up.
We appreciate that. I'm going to go back to attendees to ask if there's anybody else who has a question. Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of this proposal? Is there anybody who would like to speak in opposition? I'm coming back to the council. Are there further questions? So let me review where I think we are, and I certainly welcome other counselors who may have heard it differently. With regard to Echo Fill Access Road, we have determined that this is not a petition that needs to come to the council. Instead, there will be a motion later that authorizes the town manager to grant an easement, correct? Okay. With regard to 46 Rolling Ridge Road, we have determined that Eversource and the people who live at 46 Rolling Ridge Road need to have further conversations, and they're going to come back to us with their plans to move forward and only involve town council if it means there will be a poll. If there is, everything is going to be accommodated underground in that case, it does not need to come back to the town council. With regard to 20 Triangle Street, I have a question there. That was the same issue that came up with Woodside Avenue. Would you like, as a council, to have Eversource come back on the 7th with looking at this, at other options to see whether or not they can do this without adding a pole or by consolidating existing poles? Dorothy?
Yes, I would, because not only is that the edge of the Emily Dickinson House, it's across the street from the Amherst Women's Club and the other historic buildings that are part of our historic district. And so I do think that reducing pole numbers or sizes, if possible, would be a good thing to do, or at least to look at it.
Any other comments on that one? Is there general agreement from the council or people who would like to disagree? Mandy Jo.
Yeah, so this one's different than Woodside in that in Woodside, they're already putting up new poles, and in Triangle Street, they aren't. So any consolidation or reduction that would require moving poles is work that they weren't planning on doing versus at Woodside where that work was already being done.
Okay, so your plan, your desire would be that they go ahead with this one?
My desire would be to close the 20 Triangle Street hearing, because that's
Okay.
what we're dealing with right now is whether to
Right.
close the hearings.
Thank you. Anna?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify to Dorothy's point, and I apologize, I can't remember which Eversource rep was for this project. But you had mentioned that the Historic Commission had weighed in on this, and I wanted to clarify if that was what you said or if I misheard you. You said something about the Historic Commission and the placement of the pole. Could you repeat what you said about that?
Sure. Yeah. And I don't want to speak for someone else. So I'm just going to tell you what I heard. I heard from the developer that, can we pull up the map for Triangle Street? Is that possible?
Hold on. Yep, there we go.
Sure. So I heard that, say, if you look at pole 150/2, if we were to come from that pole, I was told by the developer that I'm not sure if it was the historic or the archaeological, said that it was complicated to come that way because it impacts some land. I don't have any more details than that really. Just that it was more complicated.
Yeah, it cuts across the land. Christine Brestrup, you have your hand up.
Hello, this is Chris Brestrup, Planning Director, and I am aware that the local Historic District Commission needed to look at anything that was proposed in this area with regard to the Emily Dickinson Museum. And so they probably did discuss the overhead wire that was coming from that pole. It's going to a pad that will be south of the house at 20 Triangle. So there's like a direct shot along the property line to that pad, and then it all goes underground to the Emily Dickinson Museum. So it seems like it's all in a line here, and it works pretty well. And the local Historic District Commission is aware of this. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay. So Anna?
My question is if that satisfies what Dorothy was asking about, because I agree with Mandy Jo, I'd like to close this hearing tonight.
Dorothy, did you have any further question on that? Or
I don't really know how long the wires are going to that pad and how it impacts the house. So I will just have to say whatever the local historic district says is fine.
Okay, so it appears that we're going to go ahead and in a moment close that hearing. I'm sorry. Anika.
I just had a similar question about Triangle Street, and would a delay on this vote hold up the project similar to how it would on Woodside?
Nick or Anthony?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. So this project, we actually got temporary permission from the town to install the pole. because the contractor wanted to get their conduit installed before winter set in, and that was no longer possible. So there currently is a pole there. However, if this motion is denied, then we will remove that pole. So out of transparency, that should be known. So currently there would be no delay because that pole is there. However, if you say no and we have to remove that pole, then obviously there will be a delay, a significant delay to that customer, because now we have to pretty much redesign this. And I'm not sure really what else we could do. So that would have to go back to the design team on that project.
Jennifer, you had your hand up.
Yes, I took it down, but I guess I could add, I was on the local historic district commission, and I don't remember the poll specifically, but it was, I know the utilities that we considered were all well hidden between the house and the office that they've acquired on Triangle Street.
So unless another counselor has a different feeling, we're going to close that hearing on 20 Triangle. I've heard that we're basically keeping the hearing open on Woodside Avenue. Okay, and with regard to 76 Flat Hills Road, the only thing that would change there is if the owners who are building a house at 76 Flat Hills Road wanted to petition to go under, and we have not heard anything like that. So I assume we will close the hearing on 76 Flat Hills Road. Yes. All right. Mandy Jo,
I was going to make the motion.
please.
I move to close the public hearings for the Echo-Fill Access Road, 20 Triangle Street, and 76 Flat Hills Road poll requests, and to continue the public hearings for the 46 Rolling Ridge Road and Woodside Avenue poll requests.
Is there a second?
Second, Devlin Gothier.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Sorry, that needed a date, to February 7th at 6:30 PM.
And Anna,
I
you-
still second it.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? If not, I'm going to move to a vote. Okay, then in this case, I'm going to start with Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We will vote on the ones that we have closed in a moment. But before we do that, based on our agenda, we need to move on to public comment. Mandy Jo, did you have your hand up for a reason? Thank you. All right. It's a new year, and in order to hear from as many residents as possible, I'm going to ask that all residents who would like to speak to raise their hands now. Please keep your hands up, although I do not see any. And if you are not a resident of Amherst but would like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, I see Ronnie Parker. After the first speaker or two, I will again repeat this process. And at that point, we will have identified all residents who wish to speak. And unless there are very unusual circumstances, we will not recognize people who raise their hands after this time. So Ronnie, please enter the room, state your name, where you live, and what you would like to say.
Ronnie Parker, District 3 in downtown Amherst. I'm just wanting to say Happy New Year, and I'm so thrilled to see a whole new town council and to see all these great different looking faces. And I'm really looking forward to having good discussion, good studies to back up our decisions, and just more friendly interaction with everyone. So Happy New Year, everyone, and thank you. And I look forward to watching things progress in Amherst.
Happy New Year to you, Ronnie. Thank you for joining us. Are there any other people who would like to make public comment? This is the only public comment tonight. Seeing none, then we're going to go on and we're going to do the consent agenda. And I sent town council an extensive email about the consent agenda. And so I'm going to not repeat that, but instead I'm going to move to the motion on the consent agenda. And hopefully I will get it correct. Hold on. The following items were selected because they were considered to be routine and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion later in the meeting, ask that it be removed at the end of the first motion. The request to remove an item from the consent agenda does not require a second. So here is the motion. It is to move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. The first is suspension of Rule 8.4. This means that we can vote tonight. However, it does not require that we vote tonight. So under this, we have suspension of Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4 for the following agenda items. 8A, 1C, and E.
And A.
And I'm sorry, in A, C, and E, Eversource poll petitions at the following locations. A, Echo Phil Access Road. C, 20 Triangle Street. E, 76 Flat Hills Road. 8A2, Easement at 534 Main Street. 8B, African Heritage Reparation Assembly request for extension. 8D, draft testimony regarding an act creating a municipal and public safety building authority, Senate Bill 2457 and House Bill 3821. Again, that only means we can vote tonight. It does not approve those items. The next three are proclamations, and this does approve those proclamations, though they will be spoken to later. 6A, adoption of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Proclamation. 6B, adoption of Black History Month Proclamation. 6C, adoption of Lunar New Year Spring Festival Celebration Proclamation. 9 is the approval of town manager appointments for the Jones Library Building Committee and the Elementary School Building Committee. And 11 is approval of minutes for December 20th, 2021, regular town council meeting minutes, January 3rd, 2022, special town council meeting minutes, January 8th, 2022, special town council meeting minutes for towns. Is there a second? Or is there anyone that would like to remove an item?
Second, DeAngelis.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Pat, just give me one moment.
I'm sorry.
Okay, is there a second?
Second,
Pat.
DeAngelis, yeah.
Thank you. Then I'm going, unless there's questions, I'm going to move to a roll call vote. And I'm going to start with Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller, Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Aye.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
and that is unanimous. Okay. So then we are going to go back to the public way requests. And we are actually going to entertain, the first motion we're going to entertain is one that we hope maybe Paul has drafted about Echo Fill Access Road.
I emailed it too. But let me see if I can pull
Oh,
it
I'm
up.
sorry.
Let me pull it up real quick.
I can get
Show you
those if, okay. Whoops. Why won't that come up? It's coming up as a blank email for me.
Do you want me to read it?
Please.
That the town council approve the installation of 4 new Eversource-owned poles along Echofill Access Road to access the solar site and to authorize the town manager and to enter into easements with Eversource to install these 4 poles.
I so moved. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Is there questions? Are there questions? Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to move to a vote on that. I'm going to start with Lynn Griesmer, aye. Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller, Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Aye.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Thank you. We are going to skip that. We're going to move to 20 Triangle Street. We've already suspended 8.4, and so the motion is to approve the order for poll locations at 20 Triangle Street titled Order for Poll Locations dated November 16th, 2021, as shown on pages 16 to 18 of the motion sheet, with the added conditions that the petitioner pulls a street opening permit before proceeding with the work, and placement of the pole is field adjusted as needed to minimize trimming impacts to the existing shade trees and damage to existing utilities. Is there a second?
Second, Taub.
Okay, are there any other further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move to Mandy Jo,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yeah.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Aye.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's unanimous. We are going to move to the next one, which is 76 Flat Hills Road. We voted on consent that we can vote tonight, so the motion is as follows: to approve the order for poll locations at 76 Flat Hills Road, titled Order for Poll Locations, dated November 30th, 2021, as shown on pages 22 to 24 of the motion sheet, with the added conditions that the petitioner pulls a street opening permit before proceeding with the work, and placement of the pole is field adjusted as needed to minimize trimming impacts to the existing shade trees and damage to existing utilities. Is there a second?
Steinberg, second.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mandy Jo.
While I'm hesitant to vote for this one, I'm going to, but I do urge Eversource to speak with the homeowner and property owner for which they're installing this pole to see if the property owner is willing to trench underneath the road to go directly from the pole across the street for their underground service so that this pole does not actually need installed.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, then we're going to begin with Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller. Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Aye.
Shalini Bowmilne.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. And to our gentlemen that have joined us from Eversource, we look forward to seeing some of you on the 7th. We're going to move on to easement at 534 Main Street. And I'm going to call on Paul, but I believe this also involves Guilford Mooring and Chris Brestrup, who is our Director of Planning.
Thank you, Lynn. So yes, this is a request from the property owner that comes up to the council after going through a review process with the planning board for special permits. What the property owner wants to do is to be able to validate some of the parking they currently have within the right of way. In order to do that, this is private parking that happens to be in the right of way for the town. They need an easement from the council to be able to do this. And I'm going to ask Chris Brestrup, who has, and you've got an enormous amount of material on this, so I know it's very confusing. So I'm hoping that Chris can sort of simplify it and help you understand what's before you so you can decide if you want to take an action or not on this. I believe that the property owner is in the audience as well.
Yes, she is. Chris?
Good evening. My name is Chris Brestrup. I'm the planning director, and I'd like to talk to you about 534 Main Street. Christine Lindstrom, the owner of the property, is requesting an easement from the town to allow her tenants and their clients to park on part of the town right-of-way that's adjacent to her property at 534 Main Street. She would like the easement to allow 2 parking spaces in this location. I wonder if Athena could bring up some of the plans that were submitted by Paul and Guilford. The area where she's proposing the easement will include 1 handicap parking space and 1 regular parking space. Ms. Lindstrom recently purchased the property at 534 Main Street, and the property contains a mixed-use building with 4 apartments and 2 businesses. Fitness Together and Valley Frameworks, which is also called Archival Matters. Ms. Lindstrom received approval from the planning board to reconfigure the interior of the building, to move the locations of her current tenants, and to add a 3rd tenant, Art Classes for Children, which will rent part of the Valley Framework space. The site plan review approval from the planning board includes a condition to require 2 handicap parking spaces near the building. This is in keeping with the zoning bylaw of the town of Amherst. While the state regulations would allow her to only have 1 handicap parking space, she's required to have 2 by the town of Amherst. There are currently 6 parking spaces up near the building, one of which of them is a handicap space. And this parking area has easy access to the front door of the commercial part of the building, as well as to the other parts of the property. There's been another unofficial handicap parking space that has been used at the northwest corner of the building. It would be helpful if Athena could bring up that drawing. I don't know if she's able to do that, but it was in the packet.
Yeah, and we had discussed she would be bringing that up, but we're working on it.
Okay. So anyway, there are, let's see, so there are unofficial handicap parking spaces there, 1 handicap parking space. Let's see, maybe you could go to an earlier, if you scroll up through this document, there are other drawings that maybe would be more appropriate to show. But anyway, these spaces up near the northwest corner of the building have been used for years, but as I said, they're unofficial because they haven't been approved by the town. In addition to that, at this same corner of the building, the northwest corner, there is a handicapped access ramp and stairs, which provides access to the second floor of the building. Ms. Lindstrom also owns a property on the south side of Main Street that provides additional parking for the mixed-use building. She received a special permit for the parking lot on the south side of Main Street to add 2 parking spaces for a total of 16 parking spaces in this parking lot. Yes, that's perfect. So over to the left here where you see it listed as parcel A, that's kind of a long skinny lot on the south side of Main Street. That is a parking lot that is associated with the mixed-use building. And the mixed-use building is on the north side of Main Street. If Athena would scroll down just a bit, so we would see a scroll up, I guess, see parcel C. So parcel C is where the kind of, what should I say, L-shaped building at the front of the parcel is the residential portion of the building, and the kind of blocky portion towards the back is the commercial portion of the building. I think it says Hapco Auto Parts. Well, it used to be Hapco Auto Parts, but now it's Fitness Together, Archival Matters, and Valley Frameworks. So in any event, there are 6 parking spaces up near the building, and there now will be 16 parking spaces in this elongated lot to the south of Main Street. So what the applicant is asking for is to have the town council recognize 2 more parking spaces up at the northwest corner of the building. You can see where it says parking kind of across the property line. And there has historically been parking there, but it is not sanctioned by the town. So that's what she's asking for. She would like to have an easement in High Street to allow 2 parking spaces in the town right of way at the northwest corner of the building to provide 1 handicap parking space and 1 standard space for use by her tenants and their clients. And I think somewhere in this document that Paul and Guilford submitted, there's a closer view of the particular corner of the building that will illustrate exactly what she's proposing. That's a good picture of it. And she would like to, where the car is to the left, she's proposing 2 parking spaces facing towards the building. And one of them, the one on the left, would be a handicap parking space, and the one on the right would be a standard parking space.
Is there another map you wanted to see, Christine?
There was a map that was associated with this package that Paul and Guilford submitted. So a map that shows a detailed area. I think it might be done by Laura Fitch. A map by Laura Fitch, who's the architect for this project. I don't know if Athena can kind of scroll through this document. Scroll through the document that was submitted by Paul. I think it's a memo, and it has a lot of things attached to it.
I think it starts on page 6.
I think it was page 6 and 7, maybe. That one. The one below that one is one of them.
Right there.
Okay, I can't see that, but that's probably fine. But you can get a sense there. Okay, so the one with the handicapped symbol is the handicapped spot, and the striped area next to it is the access aisle. And then to the right of the handicap spot is the standard spot. And then there's another kind of grayish triangle, which the architect is saying is going to be a no parking zone. It's going to be striped as a no parking zone. And that would be similar to the striping that you see over to the right there. So there would just be 2 parking spaces here in this location. And you can see the ramp, which is just above or just to the top of the drawing. It's coming in from the side, from the left, and it goes up to a landing and then allows you to get into the 2nd floor of the building at that point. So the end result would be that there would be a handicap parking space in front of the building in the existing parking lot, and then there would be this additional handicap parking space here. And I think you can see where the property line is. Athena might be able to point it out to you. It's kind of a dashed line that runs horizontally there. Yes, that's right. That's the property line.
Okay. I see 2 counselors with questions. Mandy Jo.
Yeah, thanks for that, putting that page up, because that's the one I have a question on. That shows 3 spots and everyone keeps saying 2, but it looks to me like they're looking for 2 non-handicapped and one accessible spot. And so that would be a total of 3 spots according to this map, including the words that are written there. Proposed handicap parking spot to be reviewed by town council and proposed 2 parking spaces to be striped if approved by town council. So I just need clarification as to how many spots we're looking to include in the easement.
Chris?
I understood there would be 2 parking spaces here, but you might want to ask Christine Lindstrom what she has in mind, because I agree with Mandy that it appears that there would be 2 regular spaces along with a handicap parking space. So I wasn't aware of that. I didn't understand that.
I just want to say that I thought the third was a pull in to drop people off and pick people up. But please bring Christine Lindstrom into the room. Christine, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, so after finishing the process, special permitting process with planning, Chris Brestrup told me to essentially start this process by going to Guilford Mooring first. So the architect Laura Fitch and I drew up our ideal, which is this, which you're looking at, locating the handicap space up here, a pull-in space next to it, and then another one. When I approached Guilford, we talked about it, and Guilford essentially said that he would support the 2 spaces, but not that third space that's kind of running parallel to the street. So I never came back to Guilford with another map just with the 2 spaces, but on conversation with Guilford, my proposal went from 3 spaces to 2.
Chris, so am I hearing that the town is recommending the approval of the 2 spaces?
That's correct.
Okay. Even though the owner would like the 3. I just want to make sure we understand correctly.
Well, the 2 spaces are what I was expecting. And I think Guilford has also agreed that the 2 spaces are what he expects and agrees with. And the 3rd space, I wasn't expecting, and it sounds like Guilford doesn't agree with.
Okay. Mr. Bachman.
You just might want to recognize Mr. Mooring to give his opinion on this, because these are not they're in the public way, but not in the roadway, to sort of differentiate for the council what we're really talking about here.
Okay. Mr. Mooring.
Good evening again. I was under the impression it was just 1 handicap and 1 parking space too. I didn't think thought the drop-off space was just a drop-off space.
And is it and Christine, I think we're having trouble interpreting. There's 1 space that has the handicap symbol in it. There is another space next to that. And then there seems to be a 3rd space perpendicular to that. Christine, could you clarify that for us?
Sure. What do you need to have clarified? I'm
Is
sorry.
the application that you've been working with for 2 spaces and a drop off, or is it for 3 spaces?
No, it is for 2 total spaces. One is a handicap space and the other is a pull-in space right next to it. And the third space that I initially approached Guilford with, when we discussed it, he thought that it was better to just go with those 2. So my request is to have an easement for only 2 spaces.
Thank you for that clarification. Dorothy.
So thank you, Paul, for clarifying that this is in the public way, but not in the road. It wasn't quite clear. So this is kind of in the area where a sidewalk would be, but there is no sidewalk. Is there a sidewalk on the other side of the road? That's my question. It's about sidewalks.
Mr. Mooring.
I do not believe there's one on the other side of the road. There is one on the other side of the road, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Shalini?
Yeah, could Guilford offer an explanation for why he did not recommend the 3rd space? My understanding is initially they wanted the 3rd space, but removed it because Guilford did not approve or did not think that was a good idea. Could we get an understanding of why it's not a good idea?
Guilford?
I was just concerned that you have parallel spaces and head-in spaces at the same place. It's kind of confusing to have more than one type of parking, I thought. And then it gave you more access to the dumpsters, and if you have to drop somebody off, it's easier to drop off. If you look at the other picture, it starts dropping. There's a flat spot where the handicap space is, and then the road starts dropping away towards the main street pretty severely. So you start getting a little more pitch in there. It just looked like it was easier to have just those 2.
Okay. Anika.
I just have a comment about this area. I actually walked this morning and do many times during the week. And where there are sidewalks, they're very narrow, and keeping this in mind, it definitely seems like you can see the need for easy access for both disabilities and safe deliveries.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the council? Then I'm going to go ahead and and again, we're clarifying it is for 2 parking spaces. Pam, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, the site plan that was shown actually shows a retaining wall that supports the dumpster area. And I wonder if Guilford could kindly talk about that. Do we actually need to have an easement that extends to include something that is physically built in the town right of way, the public space? The parking is sort of ephemeral and can be relocated, but a retaining wall is a little harder to remove. Guilford?
So you have to go back to her survey drawing. If you look at her survey drawing, only a small piece of that retaining wall is sticking in. It's maybe a foot or so. If you look at the aerial pictures that we have, our property line is shown too close to the building. It's not in the exact location. So there's only like this little, it's right there. It's like a foot or 2 is in the public way. I just thought that was incidental because it's way at the far side.
Okay, thank you. I think we've clarified that. Are there any other questions from councilors before I make a motion? We've already done 8.4, which allows us to vote tonight. The motion is to approve the easement of 534 Main Street as requested. and to delegate to the town manager the responsibility to negotiate and finalize the easement language. Is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Given that there aren't, then I'm going to start with Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Aye.
Shalini Bal-Milne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
And Anika Lopes.
Aye.
It is unanimous, and Ms. Lindstrom, good luck with your business. Thank you. We are going to take a break until 8. Well, what time is it? Okay, we'll take a break until 8:30 and then continue very rapidly as we move forward. Thank you. Please put your mic on mute and also your picture, and put it back on when you come back in.
Might need to repeat that, Lynn, because we were muted.
Anika, Kathy, turn your video back on. Jen Brown, we are finally ready for you. Huh? No, we are actually going to do the presentation first, and then we're doing proclamations. Okay. Jen is our Director of Health, and needless to say, she's had a busy time. So let's proceed, and we have a very brief presentation, an opportunity for some questions, and then we need to move on to proclamations.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Jennifer Brown, and I'm the health director. I've been in this role since last November, so just for a few months. Prior to that, I was the public health nurse for about 10 years, part-time and full-time capacity. So it's been a relatively smooth transition. That's it about me, but going on to our next slide is something I just want to bring to your attention, that we have great partners and data sources that we use. I don't stand alone. There are many people supporting us. Partners include UMass, Amherst College, Hampshire College, Mike Morris, the superintendent of the schools, local boards of health, many other professional organizations. You can see the acronyms and the abbreviations there, where we communicate and interact frequently with meetings and also information via the emails and internet. On the right-hand side, we have state and federal partners and data sources. Something that you'll hear me refer to frequently is MAVEN, the Massachusetts Virtual Epidemiological Network. That's the electronic database for infectious diseases. We do case management and infectious disease investigations on 62 different diseases in Amherst and Massachusetts, from tick-borne to foodborne to COVID. Massachusetts Department of Public Health provides us with an excellent daily dashboard, that interactive dashboard you probably all have seen. We have weekly DPH calls throughout the state. They were twice a week during the peak of COVID. And then the CDC, of course. Moving on to the next slide. This is just a quick presentation of 3 of the main preventative measures that we've been using here in Amherst. So I've put up masks, vaccination, testing, and then I kind of squeezed in contact tracing there. These are the 3 things, but really they work best when they are layered. So we know that our preventative measures are best when used in combination. And we can strengthen one or add layered protections if we need to control different parts of the disease, or maybe protect people who are greater risk for illness or disease. The next slide is something that I want to go over before I get to our dashboard. There's always some questions about who does contact tracing and where the data comes from, how we divide things up in town. So this is just a quick Venn diagram. On the side on the left is UMass Amherst and the Public Health Prevention Center. When they do their tallies on their dashboard, they look at the UMass Community Center, the UMass community. So they're reporting on students, staff, and professors, and these people can live in different municipalities. So someone might be in Sunderland and Hadley, they're still counted under UMass. Where if you look at our count in the town side, we look at everyone who resides in Amherst. We do contact tracing for residents of Amherst. We leave UMass to UMass, but sometimes there's some overlap and we help each other out. So when we report our numbers, we're looking at the residents of Amherst, and it does sort of encapsulate some of UMass. So you can't always compare apples to apples when we're looking at the data and the dashboards. Going on to the next slide, you can see that the UMass COVID-19 dashboard, all of the colleges and universities have very up-to-date data. They have good displays, very clear. They show case numbers, active totals. And this is a little snippet I took this morning, but it didn't do justice to their dashboard. They have their vaccine rates up, and I think it's worth talking to that the UMass, the total community is 97.4% vaccinated, and they're requiring boosters now. And overall, the students are 98% vaccinated. The next slide is looking at Amherst College and Hampshire College dashboards. And again, they have some clear documentation of their positivity rate, the number of total tests, positive cases and tests that they've done. And then just kudos to Amherst College, their vaccine rate's 99%, and that's for overall, or I'm not sure if that's, I think that's staff and professors, and students are 98%. And they're continuing on with testing twice a week, and that's on their dashboard as well. So going on to the next slide, this is our Amherst COVID dashboard. So there's three things on this that I want to point out to you. The first one is the bottom left is the confirmed active cases and the confirmed case total. So those numbers come from Maven, which I spoke about earlier. So every day I get up and I run those numbers and I look for the number of cases since our first case, which was March 17th, 2020. I have to look down at that number. So long ago, it feels like. That's a running total. The confirmed active cases is a case count of the people, the last cases in the last 10 days. So that signifies people in active isolation. Those are from Maven. The number on the bottom right, the 14-day average incidence rate, is from the DPH, that the website. Again, that interactive dashboard is really just so well done. So that's where we get that information from. Something else I want to point out on this dashboard is the upper right in the black bar. You can see it says home, then testing, vaccine, town of Amherst, then schools. The schools, that give you a drop-down menu of the Amherst Public Regional Schools, and they have their dashboard there. You can also access under vaccine our vaccine rate and the vaccine clinics if you want to sign up for the clinics that we hold, and then testing. So I'm just going to backtrack to the vaccine rate just to let folks know. If you click that, you can take a look at our vaccine rate for Amherst. We're at 87% fully vaccinated, and that data is corrected. Because when we get our data, what they show is 45%, which is not correct. If you do some calculations, what happened was in the fall of 2020 and spring of 2021, when students were living away from campus in Amherst and learning remotely, they were vaccinated in their hometowns, and that's where they were counted as being vaccinated. While meanwhile, we still were using the Amherst residents consensus that was taken previously. So our numbers just need to be adjusted. So we're proud of our 87% that we have here. The testing, you can see when our Pcr testing, we're a satellite of UMass and their great program there. We have some test kits here in the Bang Center and the library. We've personally gone through 15,000 tests here at the Bangs. And if you get your test in early, UMass really turns it around quickly, sometimes the same day. But basically it's 24 to 48 hours. So going on to the very last slide. This is just a sort of a snapshot of what possibly we can expect, even though we can't really look around the corner. But we can expect some case numbers to be increasing as the students return. That number, I can see it peeking out there, the 637. Those active cases, some of those cases are the positive tests that have been returned by students prior to coming back to campus. So wherever they're living, they were asked to do a swab, send the test in, and if they were positive, then it was enough time for them to stay home and isolate at home before coming to campus. So we expect to see some numbers increase. We may see them drop a little as we continue on and students sort of settle in and the Omicron plays itself out. But I want to just reinforce that we need to continue our public health measures that we talked about previously until that tail end of the Omicron variant really just plays out. So expectations of spring, I'd like to see the vaccination rates go up a little bit in the schools. We were around 80%, but now with a newer vaccine age group demographic, 5 to 11 being vaccinated, we're a little under, but we're going up and we'll be reaching that 80% hopefully soon. And then the very last bullet, I don't think I wanted to write what happens if a new variant comes. So what I wrote instead was, if one was to come, what we have now is so different from where we were before. We have knowledge, we have great vaccines that are very effective, and we have treatments, antivirals. And the last thing I wrote there is a quote from yesterday from our rock star, Anthony Fauci. Be cautious against overconfidence, but the US wave looks like it's going in the right direction. So that's my quick presentation, and if anyone has some questions, I can answer.
Thank you so much, Jen, and for this and everything you and all the volunteers and your staff are doing. Dorothy.
I'm the kind of person that often needs a little help with statistics. So active cases means somebody tested positive in the last week or 10 days. What's the time frame on the 637?
Yeah. So Dorothy, that's a really good question. It's 10 days, and that's going by the isolation. Now, I know isolation has changed recently to 5 days, but really we're keeping that 10 days. Yes.
Okay. So then the confirmed case total, that is a much bigger number. And that was also last 10 days. That's 5,636. So how's that a little different?
So that's the running total since we started.
The total number of people who've tested positive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And I'll just tell you that sometimes you'll see that number fluctuate down, and what they'll do is they'll what they call deduplication. So they do a dedupe, or sometimes things have been reassigned to another town.
So then the 14-day average incident rate, I'm trying to, I know I should kind of quickly grasp what that means, but somehow my brain is not doing it. What is that?
Yeah, so you know, there's different public health indicators that we use. And I think the one thing that I want to say is just stick with something and just be consistent with it. So that incidence rate, it's the percent positivity, and I have to read it, Dorothy, positivity rate over the total number of tests. So you can see it done in the last 7 days. You can see it done in the last 2 weeks. But to my brain, that's just sort of this number that I'm very used to seeing. And I can say, oh, I see it's, you know, at this number, it's, you know, 173. It's like, wow, that's really crazy because, you know, back in January 7th, it was 34.
So that's a big number then.
It's a big number. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there other questions at this time? Let me mention that you can continue to get updates on our website. In addition to that, If there's any dramatic things that happen, Paul will make sure we're aware of that, and he will continue to include updates in his town manager report. But again, Jen, thank you to you, the staff, and all you've been doing. It's just tremendous.
Thank you all. Thank you all. It's a good team.
Okay, now we're going to move on. We have approved 3 resolutions. However, consistent with our practice, I'm going to call upon individual counselors who are going to read a portion of the resolution, of the proclamation, excuse me, and they may have a word or two to say about the discussion that went on. So the first one is the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Proclamation. Pat DeAngelis.
I'm actually going to only do one small part of the proclamation at the very end. I'm honoring the request of the Martin Luther King's family. So in December, the family of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King asked that there be no celebration of his birthday without passage of voting rights legislation. Andrea Waters King noted that if we're really talking about celebrating the legacy of Martin Luther King, we cannot simply in good faith celebrate him or celebrate that legacy with this current attack on access to the ballot box. As The Guardian recently reported, voting rights are under assault by Republican state lawmakers, clearly afraid of the power of the Black electorate and empowered by the gutting of the landmark 1965 Voting Rights Act. Since Black voters showed up in record numbers in the 2020 election, trying to save a democracy that has not always protected them, the political backlash from Republican state houses has echoed throughout 2021. The result is that Black voters have less protection today than they had at this time last year. The failure of the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to pass Congress shows the lengths to which some legislators will go to keep Black voters away from the polls. These failures affect not only Black voters, but the power of all Americans to shape our government with our votes. Endemic racism obscures the obvious. An attack on Black voters is an attack on the foundation of our democracy. Basic civil rights do not take a holiday. We must continue to push and build a movement to demand, as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King did, justice and equality for people of all races and economic standings. And as our own proclamation states, affirm our commitment to realize his dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. The Black History Month proclamation. Anika, whose own family has a stake in this history.
Okay, have a little tidbit, which is whereas these accomplishments are more remarkable for having been won at the cost of great struggle and sacrifice by men and women who came to these shores in chains and by their descendants. And whereas some of the pioneers of these accomplishments in Massachusetts history include the freedom fighters of the 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry and the 5th Regiment, the 5th Cavalry, and the first and most famous units of African-American Union soldiers raised in the Civil War. It was great to be able to add that history as it is directly linked to Amherst history and really, captures some of our essence. And even though, yes, these are my ancestors, I think they really, they made their sacrifice for all of us. And they're certainly why I sit here and talk to you and those of us who have come after. And as noted, some of these families are also the first Afro-Indigenous families of this land. And we also had an opportunity to fill a great void, which was to add Native American History Month and Indigenous Peoples Day to the list going forward.
Thank you, Anika. And Lunar New Year Spring Festival Celebration Proclamation, Mandy Jock.
Yep, so I'm going to read 2 whereases and then the now therefore. So whereas the Spring Festival Lunar New Year marks the transition from one animal to the next, with January 31st ending the year of the ox and February 1st signaling the start of the new year. the year of the tiger. And whereas in Chinese culture, tigers are symbols of dignity, ferocity, sternness, courage, and by itself is the yin energy. So now therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of Amherst, do hereby proclaim February 1st, 2022 as the beginning of the Spring Festival and urge all residents to join the 15-day celebration of the Year of the Tiger, beginning with a celebration and reading of the town's Spring Festival Lunar New Year celebration proclamation on Tuesday, February 8th, 2022 at 6 p.m. so that families may celebrate on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
Thank you, Mandy Jo. And with that, we're going to move on to the African Heritage Reparation Assembly. They are coming forward with a request for an extension. Michelle Miller, who is a counselor and also chair of that committee, is going to briefly speak to that request.
On behalf of the AHRA, I'm requesting an extension of the charge to June 2023, at which time, if not sooner, we will present our recommendations to the Town Council. Hopefully, councilors have had a chance to review the strategic plan proposal in the packet, and I also encourage members of the public to do so, which was unanimously adopted by the AHRA as a work plan. The intention of the request is to give us time to engage in a robust community engagement and educational process, to develop a Black census to help determine eligibility criteria, to identify funding sources, and to ensure we can legally distribute reparation benefits. A note on distributing benefits. The AHRA expects to come back to the Town Council before June 2023 to discuss a home rule petition, which is one legal pathway the town's lawyer recommended for legally distributing reparation benefits. We are not voting on that matter tonight. Thank you.
Are there questions of Michelle? And I want to recognize that Hala Heather Lord is in the audience. She is a member of that committee. And while other members of the committee are not with us this evening, they might actually be on Amherst television. We don't know that. But we want to thank you for your ongoing and continued work. Are there any questions regarding the request for the extension? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a motion, and is to amend the African Heritage Reparation Assembly charge by extending term of appointment to upon completion of the report and extending the report deadline to June 1st, 2023. Is there a second?
I second it.
Are there any further discussions? Seeing none, then I'm going to start with Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanick.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean, we're finally ready for you. We hope you've had a nice evening with your family. We're going on to parking permit program revisions. And I guess I'd like to call upon Paul, if there's any introductory comments first.
Sure, thank you, Lynn. So we have been teeing this up for a while to come to the council with building on the recommendations from the Town Parking Working Group, which were reviewed and considered by the CRC committee of the council. So this is the first step to introduce to the council some of the things that the sort of low-hanging fruit that we can start to move on. Some of them most of them will require your review. And tonight we're anticipating making a presentation to you, assuming that you'll want to refer it to a committee that will then dig deeper into the recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, so Lynn, is it okay if I proceed?
Please.
All right, thank you. So I'm here with Jen LaFountain, our treasurer collector. We're both here available for questions at the end if there's any follow-up questions. I want to clarify these are, just because of the way the title page works here, that these are staff implementation recommendations related to the priority recommendations that the Downtown Parking Working Group issued. So these are staff recommendations. And just a quick history for everyone's benefit, not the full history, just a recent history. Back in 2016, the Downtown Parking Working Group was formed to study parking issues. Professional consultant, parking consultants, Nelson Nygaard, I think have engaged with the town a couple of times to study parking. And most recently, the Community Resources Committee of the Town Council reviewed the recommendations from the Downtown Parking Working Group and provided additional feedback and comments related to those recommendations. And so all of our work has been shaped by all of that and reviewing all that work that's come before us, and acknowledging there's been a lot of work that have come before us. So next slide, please. So just a really quick summary of how transportation funding works. We have an enterprise fund for transportation, which is basically a completely separate financial fund from the operating budget that the council votes each year. And all of the transportation revenues related to parking go into this fund, and then any of the expenses related to our parking system, our transportation system, come out of the fund. So when we talk about having available resources or generating new resources, we're talking about this enterprise fund that's used to manage transportation. So the first recommendation was to create a dedicated parking management position. At this time, mostly related to COVID, we don't feel that there's adequate resources to create a new position that's sustainable into the future. COVID reduced transportation fund revenues by over 50%. We actually had to use American Rescue Plan Act funds to balance the transportation fund, enterprise fund. And while it's starting to come back a little bit, we don't see this fund fully returning to its pre-pandemic levels for several years, I think. So at this point, we don't feel that's an option, but we do, one thing the town manager has done is form an internal leadership group comprised of staff from multiple departments that have a stake in transportation. Parking is one of those things that intersects multiple departments because of the parking permits and fees come out of finance, the enforcement from the police department, the public works department manages all the repairs. Planning wants to make sure that downtown is functioning properly. And so, and obviously the town manager hears all the complaints. So all of these things intersect multiple departments. And so this leadership group has representation from all of those departments. And so aside from reviewing things like these recommendations, this group will be reviewing utilization reports, which we can generate with the software that we have to manage the lots. We can track how busy the lots are, how much activity there is. And we think this will be really useful for measuring when we start to come out of the pandemic, at least from a downtown activity level. The other thing that this group will be taking a look at is replacing our meters. We have all the single meters out there are reaching sort of the end of their useful life, and replacing them is becoming harder and harder. So at some point, we're going to have to do a more broad upgrade of all these meters, or potentially move to kiosks. And the kiosks have some benefits. You have less intrusions into the sidewalks. We have better data from the kiosks in terms of how busy those spots are and what their utilization is. And also, if we try to transition to a system in the future where we communicate space availability based on the equipment or the software we have, having everything on the kiosk system will kind of give us a unified system for doing that. So all these things are things that the leadership group will discuss, and many of them will come back to the council at some point in the future as well. Next slide. So the second recommendation is to create a dedicated funding source for parking and transportation system improvements. So the first thing we did here was look at all the revenue sources that go into the transportation fund to identify if there were any opportunities to increase revenues for that purpose. The one thing we did hear from multiple stakeholders that we've talked about throughout this process is that the permit fee level is quite low. It's $25 for the year for the resident and the employee parking permit. So we looked at some neighbors. We looked at Northampton to see what their permit levels were. We also looked at UMass, at their parking permits, and all that sort of indicated that yes, the parking permit is quite low. So this proposal includes, the memo that went along with this presentation includes a proposal to increase these fees over 3 years to a level that we think is more reflective of the benefit they provide, the permit provides. And we wanted to do it over 3 years, to make it, transition, so it's not a steep increase, but it also allows us to measure the impact each year as the permit steps up. We can measure whether that has any impact on the demand for permits. The other proposal that's related to this recommendation is separating, distinguishing between resident parking permits that are issued to vehicles registered in Amherst and those that are registered outside of Amherst. And this came out of when I was looking at this and doing some research, looking at our motor vehicle excise tax revenues. You'll see in the memo, they're really low compared to other communities that are similar size in terms of population. And we know a lot of that's because there's many students, and a good portion of those students don't have a vehicle at all. But at least some of that is due to where the students that do have vehicles, or the staff that do have vehicles, where they register their vehicle. They may be here 10 months of the year, but they never garage their vehicle in Amherst technically. And so Amherst doesn't receive the motor vehicle excise tax revenue associated with that vehicle. And so that, we think, warrants a larger fee, because if the town doesn't receive that revenue, those vehicles are here for 10 months of the year. They're not contributing to the town's revenue sources that are helping maintain roads and all the areas that are adjacent to these parking lots and the on-street lots or on-street spots. And so we think these two changes will increase our revenues and allow us to dedicate somewhere between 10 and 15% of our revenues specifically for transportation improvements in the future, mainly capital improvements. Transportation is a capital intensive enterprise fund because you've got parking lots and lighting and signage and the kiosks and the meters. All of that is really on the capital front. And so having a dedicated percentage of our revenue for those things will go a long way to improving the system. Next recommendation, please. So the third recommendation is to implement high visibility and consistent signage in key locations and update the town's parking webpage. So we already took a first pass at the webpage and made some modifications there. So if you go there now, you'll see some changes. We switched the webpage from being a what if I get a ticket sort of focused webpage to being more of a welcome to Amherst, here's how you find parking webpage. We try to make it much more friendly and inviting. We still have what do you do if you get a ticket? So if people have that question, that's still, you're still able to find that information. But we did try to make it much more welcoming and inviting. But we know it's a work in progress. So if anyone has suggestions, you can see there's the email there. You can email us directly. We know this will be ongoing. The other thing we've done around the sort of theme of communication is send out a flyer with the most recent tax bill. So hopefully some of you saw that flyer. If you get your tax bill with a paper format, you got it in the mail. If you get it electronically, you would have got an email with the flyer. And what we hope to achieve with that is to really set a baseline of information around the names of the lots, the rules, the operations, the operating rules around in terms of time, so that if we do make changes in the future, people have sort of a baseline of knowledge to understand where is Main Street lot, or where's the North Pleasant Street lot, things like that. And again, so that's something we started this year. We hope to continue, and we can modify that information as we need to. And then the last piece here is around signage. So the town's planning department is very close to implementing the wayfinding system. That wayfinding system will have directional parking signage as part of it. So that will push people towards parking. What we've asked them to do is go one step further and incorporate signage at the entrance to parking lots that's consistent with the wayfinding system. We want to really invite drivers in and make it super clear where those public lots are, wherever they may be throughout town. And we also wanted to include, as part of that sort of entrance to the lot signage, the key rules or the key pieces of information related to that lot. One thing we heard numerous times throughout this process, just struggling to know what the zone number is and that causing frustration and things like that. So being able to incorporate the rules into this signage at the entrance, we think is important. And so all that we hope the wayfinding system will be done very soon, and we'd like to get all of this done in 2022 if possible. And then the last slide. So there's a number of other initiatives that we're working on outside of the 3 primary recommendations. As I mentioned, we're all sort of embedded in that Nelson Nygaard report to some extent. So the first one, again, we're exploring use of technology to communicate space availability. We think that would go a long way towards easing frustrations if people were able to use their phone or some other means of technology to identify where spaces are available. So they don't have to necessarily drive there to find out that there's not spots there. The second thing is to work with planning to just weigh the impacts of downtown development. We've already started doing this, but I think this will be ongoing to see what the current impacts are when there's a development that goes in that doesn't provide 100% of its renters with parking. You know, what are the renters that don't have parking doing? Do they not have vehicles? Are they using the residential permit system? What are they doing? And so that's ongoing. Investigating ways to expand parking. You've seen some of this already through like the back-in parking spots. I think that's something that will be continued, that we'll continue to explore. And then we'll also, we've started this a little bit, but we'll do more of this going forward, is reaching out to lots that are private lots that are underutilized and just having conversations with them to see if there's any interest in reaching some sort of agreement with the town to make those lots available to the public during maybe certain parts of the day or certain days of the week, things like that. And I promised Paul I would only say parking garage once during this presentation. So exploring the feasibility of a parking garage downtown, that's also ongoing. And then the last thing with next steps, there's a number of next steps, but the main thing is that this, the leadership group I mentioned, we're going to be pushing these recommendations forward. And we hope to bring, as many of these things to conclusion as we can in 2022, so we can start evaluating their impacts, start evaluating the impacts of these recommendations, and then making adjustments as we move forward as we need to. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Andy.
Okay, thank you very much for the report and for the fine work. So I have 3 questions, and I'll just hit them one at a time. The first one is, you had mentioned the group that was working together. Does the group have a chair or a lead person, or do you just, is it a unfocused group and without a chair?
Sean?
Sorry, I've got this issue where the muting on my headset and the muting on my computer are working against each other. So that's a good question, Andy. I would say Jen LaFountain, our treasurer, is probably the lead in terms of setting that agenda and what we're going to discuss. She prepares the utilization reports. She has a lot of the data related to parking, and also has a lot to do when we look at the parking lot kiosks and the meter upgrades and things of that nature. So we don't have an official chair, but I would say Jen is probably the person who's immersed in parking most often.
Okay, so the second question is different. The North Prospect or CVS lot, I've heard this rumor that it's never been officially stated, but I just thought it was stated enough that I'd ask it. And that is that parking lot going to be taken over for construction of the Jones Library and made no longer available to the public?
So maybe Paul can weigh in on that one. I haven't seen anything official to that effect, but Paul would know that for sure.
So yeah, so that has been brought up in a couple of different locations, I think. So where what they call laydown site is for the library construction is up to the construction manager to decide where that's going to be. If they need one, they would have to explore all locations. The CVS/North Pleasant Street parking lot might be an option, but we'd have to look at what the rules are in terms of access, use of the public way? How do you, they have to, there's private property between the Jones Library site and the North Pleasant Street lot, the town-owned part of that lot. All those things would need to be explored, whether that was even an option. So until the construction, the contractor gets on and starts to say, how are you going to construct the building? It's not a foregone conclusion that would be the site, and they may choose not to.
Okay, thank you. So the third one is related to the same lot, and it goes back to the prior council and the vote that was taken in the prior council regarding the change in the zoning to create the overlay. And I voted for it, but I made a very clear statement to the council, the then council, that I recognized that the decision to actually provide the lot for that purpose was for future council because it is a town-owned lot. But that one of the things that I would like to see is an effort to see if there's a way to get better utilization of that parking lot in its current format, because if it doesn't get better utilization, that would be useful information to have. And one of the things that I had suggested was, and I brought this up also at the TSO committee, about making North Prospect Street either two-way to the entrance to the lot or reversing direction entirely, and creating very effective signage at the library, Amity Street end of the street, pointing to parking. And that would be visible to patrons of the theater, hopefully to patrons of the Drake and to the library. And if that didn't increase the usage of the lot, that would be information that we would want to have. So when we talk about signage, the prior question I asked, I just was wondering whether we can work that together as a single piece since I was going to bring it up at the TSO committee.
Any comment, either Paul or Sean?
No, not for me.
Yeah, so if the council wanted to contemplate changing North Prospect Street to a one-way different direction or two-way, that would obviously be something the council would need to vote on. And creating the usefulness of that lot would be a good thing. It doesn't get as much utilization as one would expect at a location like that. But it could be the difficulty of accessing it. So one of the things that this group is looking at is just signage in general, and how do we get people to the parking locations that we already have and letting people know about them. And I think that's one of the challenges for the North Pleasant Street lot, is that it's hard to get to and not many people really know that much about it. And there's the confusing thing with the CVS privately owned portion of the lot as well. So.
Anything else, Andy? Shalini?
Yeah, I was curious about the increase to just $50 and then an additional amounts when we look at Northampton charging $45 per month, which comes to $405 for the 9 months that we issue a permit for. And so that was one question. What was the reasoning for why did we choose this number? And second, these numbers. And secondly, are we distinguishing between outdoor parking and garage? I mean, I guess we're not, but why are we not making a distinction between outdoor and the both with garage?
So the reason we only went to 50 is because we're trying not to do too steep of an increase and make up for all those years of not having an increase all at once. We certainly could if that was the council's desire, but we were trying to incrementally step it up. So as it is going from $25 to $50 for the resident permit, it's it's 100% increase from one year to the next. So again, we could do more, be more aggressive with that, but we were trying to transition it slowly over time to get to a higher place. And again, at the same time, allow us to monitor the impact of those changes on demand and behavior downtown. And then in terms of the lot, Jen, I don't believe there's any resident permit spots in the lot, right? Those are the permanent dedicated spots.
Correct. Correct.
So
But you,
so we are proposing increases to the reserve spots. You'll see that on that table. Those are $1,000 currently. We're proposing those going up as well over 3 years.
and just to clarify, the permanent spaces down in the lower level of the garage, you have to qualify, you have to work or live in the downtown business district to be able to obtain one of those permits.
And you will be coming to us with the increase in that rate as well. Can you just clarify what it is right now?
Yeah, so that's $1,000 right now. So if it's on page 3 of the memo. It's the bottom. Sorry, that table's a little confusing, but there's the tier down that says reserve spot numbers. We have 20 of those. The fee is currently $1,000, and we're proposing that to go up to $1,100 for next year.
Anything else, Shalini?
I was wondering if the council and when we'll have this discussion about whether the fee is appropriate, or do we think it needs to be increased for employees versus residents? Like, I mean, my personal feeling is like employees, we should not increase it too much, but for residents, this still seems really low relative to other towns.
My assumption is that this whole issue will be referred to a committee, and that they will then come back with some recommendations. Okay, Mandy Jo.
Yeah, a couple of questions and comments, mainly assuming that this goes to TSO, because I believe reading the bylaws that there has to be a public hearing and we haven't held one yet. So I'd love for TSO to be holding that. I agree with Shalini that the rates, especially for the residential permit parking, not necessarily the employee permit parking, seem a bit low compared to Northampton. So I'd like to have that question answered at some point as to why these rates versus something closer to Northampton. The permit replacement fee, I'm curious as if they don't return the old permit, can both permits be used? Is there a way to cancel the old one, even if the old one isn't used? And I'm looking at the regulations here as I read through them. If we're going to be modifying regulations, there might be others we want to. And so how do you enforce that? And if it can't be enforced, should the replacement fee be much steeper if you don't return the current permit somehow? The bylaw 3.119 is a $15 fine for violating the residential parking bylaw. That's less than a parking ticket. And so should we also be looking at changing the fine in 3.19 to a larger fine that at least puts it in line with our parking ticket fines instead of it being less? And then the other one I had was how are visitor passes monitored to ensure they're only single use? Because it says that they can only be single use, but how do we know that they are only single use? Is there a way to monitor that so that a residential can't purchase a visitor permit and then use it many times as if in some sense it's a residential parking permit?
Lynn, so I think Jen could probably handle the second and fourth question. I think the first and third are probably a better discussion at the committee level. But Jen, do you want to answer the second question, which was about the replacement permit?
The replacement permit, if they get a new vehicle and they need a replacement permit, they're supposed to be, they don't normally scrape off easily. They come off in parts generally. So we always ask them to bring us back what they can get off of the permit, off of the vehicle. So we know that they did make the effort to get that permit off. But sometimes that doesn't always happen either. So that is a good question to bring to us, and we should consider that. I agree. And as far as the visitor passes, we give them education on how to fill them out. and it's a green hang tag that gets filled out. And there's a laminate that goes over it once it's filled out. So they shouldn't be able to modify it without it being easily noticeable by parking administration.
And Jen, how many visitor passes do you think is that a common thing? How many you think we issue a year?
I wouldn't say we issue more than maybe a couple hundred at the most.
Okay.
With the permits, as of right now, they can get up to 30 at no charge. And then the second 30 are $1 a piece, I believe. We like to only give them out 5 at a time because we don't date them. People could use them and save them up from permit season to permit season, whether they're here or not. So we just like to monitor how many go out at a time.
Any other questions, Mandy Jo? Okay, Pam Rooney, you're next.
Hi, and I'm delighted that the topic of parking has come up because it's been on my mind for a while. During the December vote on the parking facility overlay, several councilors did say that they were very interested in broadening the view and the exploration of other potential sites and other aspects of downtown parking, including the Boltwood Garage expansion. So I would like to follow up on that and take this group up on, and TSO, whoever ends up handling this. There are a couple questions that have been on my mind that I would love to have other people add to the list. So let me know. And one is, can we finally put to rest the question of the Boltwood Garage capability for expansion? And also the recent overlay district only looked at one parcel, and I know there was much conversation about broadening that search to actually explore all of the potential parking garage locations in town. I'm delighted to hear that this working group is looking at implementations of the previous parking studies. I think that's a really wonderful step forward. That's terrific. And then again, I think Andy mentioned the contract staging area for the Jones Library. I think it might be helpful if as a community, we kind of do a little bit of homework before the contract manager steps in and says that they really want to use X or Y parking lot. I think it might be very helpful for us to get a sense of what we think might facilitate the continued ease of use of downtown ahead of the construction manager's request. So if people have questions they want to add to this list, I'm hoping to bring something forward in the next couple of weeks to get on the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Jennifer?
Thank you. Yes, I also have, I guess, a procedural question. If we refer these, recommendations and items to further study to TSO, do all those have to be articulated like tonight and sent to TSO? Or if TSO, realizes they need to study, investigate other topics, can they make that decision?
Not only could they delve into something that might not be here, but you could raise additional issues even after tonight. So this is the beginning of a very large and complex discussion with a lot of moving parts. If we could get it all on the table in the first night, I'd be excited, but I would find it amazing. Okay.
Okay, because I had a lot of, specific questions around like the Boltwood lot, this information I was interested in, and, could they explore, are there permit holders that have had permits to park on the lower level for many years? And are they used 24/7 or year round? So again, as part of, I guess, if you're going back to explore the downtown parking working group, to really, could we ask TSO to also really look at how much the spaces that are permitted are being used, and if there's opportunities that they could be made available in the evening or during the summer. I also had a question, I think it was about permits being enforced year-round, and if we could look at whether, in the downtown area, if those spaces aren't being used in the summer, if the public and patrons of downtown businesses could park in those spaces and not be ticketed. And then, like Andy's suggestion, for whether signage and other improvements might increase the utilization of the lot on North Pleasant Street. And that would be very helpful to have in moving forward. Thank you.
Lynn, can I just clarify something real quick?
Yep.
So Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the permit spots, the resident permit spots, they are 10 months currently, right? So the summer, the public can park in them over the summer months.
June, July, and August, anyone can park in those permitted areas and not be ticketed, yes.
Yeah. So, are those the ones you were talking about, Councilor Top?
Yes, as well as I think in the
Right.
Boatwood lot underground, but is the sign clear that you can park there during the summer months?
Those are 24/7 spots with, and they're clearly marked that they're reserved for 24/7 for those particular patrons.
In the garage.
In the garage, yes.
But perhaps you could explore whether how much they're used. And then on the street, those are clear that you can
Yeah.
park there during the summer.
Yes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Kathy.
I'm delighted this has come before us, Sean. As Sean knows, I have been sort of sent in ideas, hoping that we would get it. I have a couple questions and a comment or two. The question I'll start with the garage, the lower level. When I looked, I think it's like 27 or 29 spaces, and I think that's year-round, 24/7. So one question is, does your car have to be registered to Amherst to get that reserved spot? Secondly, why do we give 24/7? Why not do the same amount of time that those underground spaces have meters? So 8 to 5 or 8 to 6? Because when I've gone down to the garage, those reserved spots are often empty on evenings and weekends. And that's just when you look, people are searching for spaces and you can't park there. So could we consider so when you come down to work, you've got a secure place to park that's not in rain and snow and sleet, but at the end of the day and you go home. So could we change the policy? I know that's been the policy. So it's a question around that. And if we couldn't increase the fee, but we could increase the space, it's a lot of space. It's a third of the total underground garage. We're not talking about a small section. It's big. So we'll start with the garage. Then secondly, I like the idea of splitting the fee between your plates or Amherst plates versus not. But I think there should be a much bigger differential, and we should do it soon if we do it at all. If we allow this at all. I looked at Lowell. You can't get a on the street parking permit if your car is not registered to the town of Lowell. You have to not have parking tickets because of the excise fees. The town is giving up the excise fees. So I think if we want to discourage, I think we need to make it expensive to have a car downtown unless you want to be a more permanent resident, and provide an incentive if it is someone who has access to a UMass lot, that an alternative would be a UMass lot, to make the fee be high enough that they consider the UMass lot rather than our streets. So if we do the split, I would make it, if we allow you to have your car without plates in Amherst with a permit, then I would make the differential be really big wherever we go on it, to provide a disincentive to have a car downtown and an incentive to park it someplace else if you have access to it. So I would just like the committee to look at that. And by the way, the UMass lots are anywhere from $300 to $400. So we're just getting near their rate. We're not getting above their rate. So those were my two big ones. And I did want to note, Sean, in the markup that you did with the fees, you added the reserve spaces, but there's no definition of what they are. So I think we have to do more on that. So the boat lot is kind of, we only have 29 of them, but it's the garage. And I guess that decision way back when was to try to pay back the cost of the garage by at least securing some revenue. But those are my two big ones for right now. Thank you.
Jen, do you want to answer the first one about the registration of the vehicle for the parking permit in the garage?
They do not, as of right now, they do not have to have their car registered in Amherst to obtain one of those spaces. They just need to work or live in the downtown business district.
And then the second question about not having the spots be 24/7. I think if we were to explore that, we would want to do it with a small sample size. I'm not sure people would pay the fees to not have a spot guaranteed. I'm not sure someone would pay $1,000 to get there after 7 o'clock and not have a spot to park. I think that's why the public are willing to pay higher fees, is to know that they have that spot available. But I could be wrong. So I think that we might want to, if that's something the council wants to explore, I would suggest maybe we do that with a small number of spots and see if people, how it works. We don't monitor, we don't have a way of monitoring. I don't think, maybe Jen knows, she's been here, she knows everything about parking, but I don't think we have a way of really monitoring how much those parking spots are used after sort of parking enforcement's gone. And, there's not somebody down there counting to see how long people are in those spots. So there may be a way to do it that I'm not aware of, but I don't know if we have a good way of knowing how long those spots are filled and what hours they're really busy. And then the third question about resident parking permits and where they're registered. So again, I don't think necessarily we want to discourage vehicles that are not registered in Amherst from the parking permit system, because based on the sample that Jen and I looked at, we looked at 20 permits. We looked at where they were registered. 75% of them were not registered in Amherst. And so I don't think we want to discourage, because I think that's the bulk of our customer base for these parking permits, at least by that small sample. One thing I'll note with our new permit system, OpenGov, we can actually get better information on that. So we'll be able to pull reports in the future quickly to say exactly how many of our permits are registered in Amherst and how many are not. Right now, we have to pull up the permit and actually physically look. So it's not we can't check it for every single one. But again, I think there's a good debate to be had about, or discussion to be had about, what's the right level, resident versus non-resident, and what the right level is in the future. But I think we still, from a financial perspective, want to keep them as part of the permit system.
Yeah, and that's, John, I just want to say, I thought the tiered approach was a reasonable one. I just thought it should still be higher, to encourage you to register. You can always register car in Amherst and get to the lower tier. You have it out. So it wasn't, you just can't get it, but you have it. And it's an excise tax loss to us of, you had quite a few cars that we weren't getting.
Absolutely. And I think the one other thing I'll mention real quickly is that at the same time, I think we're going to look and see what we can do that's appropriate to encourage vehicles to garage in Amherst, whether it's be working with the colleges, with our front counter, what is the right level to maybe encourage people to pay a lower fee? I mean, that should be an incentive to garage your vehicle in Amherst to be able to pay a lower permit fee. But again, there may be other strategies, communication we can do to get more vehicles registered here.
Okay. Dorothy.
I have a problem when I look over the edited copy with the word residents. And sometimes it sounds like you mean the residents who live on the block. Sometimes I think you mean anybody who lives in Amherst, and or anyone who lives in the defined downtown area. So that's my question to you is, can you clarify the use of the word residence in the parking document? Thank you.
I can try. So I think, the resident permit is the type of permit for people that live within the downtown parking area. And then when we say your vehicle registered at your place of residence, that could be Amherst, that also could be another town. If you're a student, you may have a residence in another town where you're there other parts of the year. I don't know, if you have a specific example, I might be able to zero in on that better.
Well, I just want to be sure that you did not mean the people who live on the street where the permit would be. The resident just means somebody who lives somewhere, maybe in Amherst or in the downtown area, right?
Yeah, and I think the one thing Jen can explain real quickly is there's even a separate, it's a little, I get why it's confusing, because there's even a separate resident, there's 2 resident zones that are specifically for residents that are on that street that are a little bit different than our resident permit system. There's a couple areas, I think it's in the permit system, and Jen, if you want to just quickly explain what that is. But there's even within that resident permit system, there's a subgroup of street-specific residents.
Right, so for the only qualifier to get a permit is resident only. It would be area 1 that is Allen Street and Nutting Avenue, or resident only area 2, which is from number 50 McClellan Street and higher to the end of the street where it intersects with Lincoln Avenue. And then the town center permit is either you can work or live in the downtown business area.
Okay. Anna.
So my question is about using the app as a potential crossover for permitting as well, the Park Mobile. I'm assuming there's a contract and it's obviously has its parameters, but I'm curious, Mandy Jo's question had me thinking about if you were able to go through the app to get that permit and link it specifically to a license plate, and then it expired, and then, license plates are scanned, we'd also have all that data on usage when folks went around. I'm curious just what that process would be. Am I out on a limb that's going to break here, or does that make sense?
I don't think so. So for the permit system itself, we really are liking OpenGov. That's a new software the town has invested a lot in, and it's branching out to different departments, and everywhere it goes, people love sort of the ease of use. But Jen, one of the capital improvements we were looking at had to do with the license plates. I don't know if that has any, if that's connected to what Councilor Devlin Gauthier mentioned.
Right. I know that with getting possibly some new handhelds down the line for parking enforcement, we talked about getting the license plate recognition software portion of it where they could scan the license plate and get that type of information, I believe.
Right. So I think, but Councilor Devlin Gauthier, I think you're talking about tying the permit to actual activity of where they're parking.
I mean, I was thinking that would be a benefit of it, because we keep wanting a lot more data than we have around parking. And so that's one way to gather it, because I have a separate question about kind of what we know about our parking from that app usage data. But you're saying the permits that go through OpenGov, those are literal sticker permits that people get in the mail and affix to their car, right?
Yeah. And that's only, again, for the resident permit zones, which are not the primary downtown locations like the lots or the on-street parking downtown. It's the periphery of downtown where the signs are clearly for resident.
Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds, and again, please correct me if I'm off, but I think it sounds like there's about 4 different processes for all these different permits. And I'm just wondering if it would make sense if there's any way to consolidate them in a way that also would support us understanding usage.
Yeah, no, we can take a look at it. I think the process for all the permits, it's all moving to OpenGov. It's just there's different permit types that you can select. But I think one of the things that the TSO want to discuss is get into detail into the permit program itself and the rules. There's sections on what the locations of resident permit parking, the different resident zones that were talked about, which add a little level of confusion. So there could be broader changes if that's the direction the council wants, or the subcommittee wants to recommend. Right now, we kind of limit it just to these fee increases, but there's certainly more that could be done.
Thank you.
Anika?
Yes, so understanding that these are very modest increases, would there or are there any mechanisms in place for qualifying residents or staff that it would be impossible for to afford the increase?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
I understand that these, or in my opinion, rather, the fee increases are quite modest. But I'm wondering if there are any mechanisms in place for qualifying residents and or staff who may not be able to afford the increase.
So Jen, I don't know, do we have any hardship provisions or financial ability to pay provisions as it relates to permits?
Not that I'm aware of. It hasn't been brought up until this point.
So we don't currently have anything like that within the parking permit system.
Something to be added to the list. Are there any other questions at this point? Let me mention, I went through a personal debate as to whether or not this should go to TSO because they have parking, or should it go to CRC because they were the ones that actually took the deeper look at the previous parking study. We ended up with TSO, and unless there is somebody jumping up and down to say, no, it should go elsewhere, I'm open to that discussion. Mandy Jo?
I'm not jumping up and down. I will just say it went to CRC last time because at that time CRC had public ways and parking.
Okay.
So that's the reason it went to CRC last time.
Thanks for that clarification. Now you're right. In a timing mode, I should remember it that way. All right, then I'm going to make the motion, and that is to refer the proposed parking permit program modifications to the Town Services and Outreach Committee for a public hearing and recommendations with review by the Finance Committee and report to the Town Council by March 7, 2022. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
And I'm seeing a hand up from Kathy Shane.
Yeah, Lynn, I'm for the recommendation, the motion. I just have a question. When you said for a hearing and recommendation, can they first have a discussion before they go out for a hearing, or do we have to go out for a hearing with what was proposed to us tonight?
They can have a discussion before they have a hearing.
And then, because I'm just saying, you might want to modify what's been proposed tonight and then hold the hearing. And then the second part is when it comes to finance, if we want to gather specific information that might influence the recommendation on a financial level, can we have time to do that? So again, so we can be as efficient as possible, that when we're doing a hearing, we're nearer to where we think we might want to be because we've answered some questions. So it said hearing and then recommendations, but I would, analysis and then hearing. I just would want to have the sequence be different than just here on what we've seen tonight, because I think there are enough good ideas here that we might want to do some modifying.
It certainly can include further discussion before they move to hearing. And I also want to point out that when it says report to the Town Council by March 7th, that doesn't necessarily mean that you've completed the work. It just means you come back and let us know how it's going and what you're up to. Okay? Are there any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to begin with Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
I'm sorry? Yes, okay, thank you. I didn't hear it. Shalini Bowmill.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Aye. Okay, thank you. We are going to move on to the next item, which is regarding the testimony. It's actually regarding Senate Bill 2457, and it has a parallel number for the House, and it's an act creating a municipal and public safety building authority. This is something that there have been several discussions with Senator Comerford and with Representative Dom. In this case, Senator Comerford is one of the sponsors of the Senate bill. And they are having a hearing on Wednesday. And I drafted up a testimony, which I am open to suggestions. I did share it with both Representative Dom and Senator Comerford, and they were actually pleased, first of all, that we're doing this. And second of all, that with what I'd written, but if there's other changes, let me just mention the one change I would make is in the initial bill, they say $1 million. I'd like it to be 50% of cost, because 1 million for a fire station is a drop in the bucket. And so I'd like to see it for much more money and make it parallel to the kind of money we see when we work with Mass Board of Library Commissioners and the Mass School Building Authority. So that is one change that I would like to work into it. But what I'd like to do is be able to submit this on behalf of the council. And the motion would be basically authorizing me to do that. So are there questions or comments? Mandy Jo.
I like your proposed change. I would just add maybe putting in estimated costs so that they know how expensive these are, like just potentially just as expensive as libraries and schools. So that puts the 50% or the 1 million in the bill into much more perspective.
Yep, got it. Nice little paragraph of sticker shock. Anything else? Okay, seeing nothing, then authorize the town council president to provide testimony on behalf of the Amherst Town Council at the upcoming hearing on an act creating a municipal and public safety building authority S2457 and H3821. Is there a second?
Second, Devlin Gothier.
Is there any other conversation or question? Then none, then I'm going to move to Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Baumel.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Nika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Okay, we are now up to the last action item. There was a request that we reconsider our meeting format. We voted on this back in January 3rd. The first motion is actually whether or not we agree to reconsider, and that has to pass by a majority. And only upon that passage do we then actually reconsider. So the first motion is to reconsider the January 3rd, 2022 Town Council vote, effective immediately, to hold all Town Council meetings in the in-person meeting format until April 1st, 2022. Is there a second?
Second, Shalini.
Thanks, Shalini. Okay, so all we're voting on in this case is whether or not we're even willing to reconsider. Okay, is there any question about the vote before you? Kathy?
I would just like to speak to the motion to reconsider.
Yes.
And I'm the one who brought this to Lynn's attention. It was reported to me by people watching. And one of the reasons I'm home tonight is I thought I might be getting a cold. And I don't think I am. But what's reported to me, I can see. You can't, when you're watching, see who is speaking. If for the people who are in the room, when you speak in the room, the thing that lights up is the room. There's a picture of the room. And so unless you know the voice, you don't know who's speaking, because everyone's got a mask on. So you can't see the person who's speaking. So if Paul speaks, if you know Paul's voice, you know it, but there's not like a light up. The rest of us right now, I'm lit up on the screen. And then there was also can't hear very well. I think that seems a little better tonight that people are using the mics, but people weren't using the mics in the room in a way that people could hear. And then I personally found it hard to hear in the room and hard because of the muffled masks. So even though I could hear the voice, so I thought the hybrid doesn't work as well as we thought it might work. And I'm noticing, I think there are 7 of us that aren't in the room tonight, and I'm not sure what everyone's reason is. So I'm totally willing to come down to the room, but I just thought if we're trying to do a public meeting where everyone can see us, it's not achieving what we hoped. So that was why I asked to reconsider.
Just a clarification, there are 6 counselors who are not in the town room, and there are 7 counselors in the town.
So you just pointed out I can't count. So there you go. She can't count.
Okay, so the motion before you is whether or not we want to reconsider this question. Are there any other questions about the motion? Okay, then I'm going to begin with Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
No.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Baumellen.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is a aye. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Aye.
Motion passed. So we now move to reconsider. And the motion there is effective immediately to hold all town council meetings in the in-person meeting format until April 1st, 2022. If you vote for this, we stay with the arrangements we presently have. If you vote against this, we then move back to the remote means or virtual. Okay, are there any questions? Mandy Jo.
Yeah, I'm still going to vote to have an in-person meeting format. Anyone who doesn't want to be here is allowed to be virtual. I have found it nice to be in a room with people, to not be so isolated, to be able to, during breaks, talk to my fellow counselors, especially those that are new to the council. In terms of mic use, I think we need to be allow for the fact that we have 6 new counselors learning to use mics and not shy away from that. And that will get better. Those of us that have been here for 3 years are better at using mics because we've gotten used to it. Don't back away from something because they were getting used to it the very first meeting they were in this room. In terms of not having my box lit up, Lynn says who's speaking every time, and we all have videos directly on us. Find the right person on your screen. You know, there are ways to accommodate who likes to see who during all of this in terms of on Zoom that hears, but I do believe we will do better at our business if more people are in a room together. And I think we need to let that happen instead of on some resident complaints immediately backing away from it. Like, we're here to get our business done. And if that can happen better in a room, we need it to be happening in a room.
Michelle Miller.
Yeah, well, I just want to point out that tonight the live transcript has been really helpful for me. So if anyone's not familiar with that, it's been really helpful in case there's a question about hearing someone. I will acknowledge that I felt some frustration with this particular agenda item, not because I don't appreciate that Kathy has brought these concerns forward. I certainly do. I appreciate the sort of feedback that you've given being on that side of things. But my concern is more about the process, in that we made a decision as a council. And of course, there's always going to be evolution, and I welcome that. However, I have some concern about the way that things get added to the agenda, I guess I would say. And for me, seeing this item, I did immediately reach out to Lynn about it because there wasn't anything in the packet. There was no attached memo. There was nothing for me to really consider. And I just sort of bet on the fact that I would get here and hope that a counselor would speak out about it. So my comment is more about process for us. If we make a decision, then if we want to evolve that decision or change that decision, I feel we need to have more information available in advance so that we can really consider where this is coming from. Because Kathy, I'm not sure if it was one person or 10 people or 20 people, and maybe other counselors have heard of this. So that's my comment for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Michelle. Anika.
I would like to, I'll echo Michelle. And in addition, I'm wondering the implications of us taking the choice away from people, seeing as we do have the option to stay home. And last, I'm curious as to how does the staff feel about this in the room, because it's they're included as well.
Let me save that, and I will ask staff after we get done with counselor comments. Shalini.
Yeah, I can see and I completely understand there's some people who do much better with being in person. And I think we did realize as a council that we suffered not being in the room together. And then we also heard last time about counselors, especially with young kids, and not wanting to expose themselves. And it was great for them to have that option to stay at home. However, I guess my question is that especially for new counselors who are not able to come to council, do they feel left out? Like if all of us could come and two counselors with kids or one council for whatever reason could not come, would that make them feel left out? I mean, how much does it impact them? And so I just want to hear from counselors who are like, I feel comfortable just today, I didn't come, but I feel comfortable coming too. But if for any reason, personal vulnerability or kids or whatever, if any counselor feels that I don't know, if it impacts them negatively, that they're the only ones not showing up in person.
Okay. Andy.
Yeah, I agree with most with what Mandy said, so I'm not going to repeat it all. I think the one thing that I will emphasize out of that is that, and this is what I said the last time we debated it, that we had the advantage as a first council of a year of in-person meetings, and we really developed relationships with each other because we had personal contact. We got to see everybody in person, and we had, as Mandy said, opportunities for exchanges either before or after a meeting or during recess. And I found that to be true in both of the meetings that we've been at. And I think that it's really important that we think about how we are solidifying as a new council. So I ask that you consider that as you go forward. And we didn't make a permanent decision. We said we'd revisit it in April. So I feel like we ought to stick with that and try it out through April. And then we were committed to coming back and visiting it then. So that's, I think, the extent of my comment.
Okay, Dorothy.
I'm looking at the table, the big horseshoe table. You have 7 people there. The spacing is still not 6 feet. I taught in person last semester, and I had much more spacing between me and the students, and then we had 11 students in huge rooms. I don't see the spacing is adequate. The other thing is, I couldn't hear, it was the presenters I couldn't hear. I know your voices already. Okay. I really do know your voices. Somehow Michelle's mic is not as good as the others, so I'm having a harder time, but I know your voices, but I did not know which presenter was speaking. And I spent so much time just searching around, looking, is anybody's lips moving? Can I see anything? It was very difficult. Listen, I totally agree with Mandy, Joe, and Andy. I completely agree, and I look forward to that day. But my son and his wife, both of whom COVID and boosted, got COVID in Washington, D.C., and my daughter-in-law was very, very sick. I don't want to be that sick. I don't think you want to be it. She's young. She's not old like me. She's young. So I think that we are in still a crisis state of this epidemic, and I think we have to kind of just bear with it a little bit longer. We will get together, and I'm assuming that the retreat, Lynn, you say the room is big enough, we'll be able to socially distance better. If that's still in the works, I am looking forward to that if we can do that safely. That's really it. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I'm really torn because I voted to meet in person since we had the option that it was hybrid. And I thought as long as anybody and everybody who isn't comfortable coming could, participate remotely, why would I stand in the way of those who want to be here? And I feel like in the two meetings, it has been a really nice opportunity to be in the same place as my new fellow counselors. But I do share, I've been thinking about Shalini's concern that do counselors that, aren't comfortable being here or, have young children and may live with older family members and really shouldn't be here, if that, if they're maybe feeling a little left out or don't have the same opportunity, and I wouldn't, want to put people in that position. And then a couple of people mentioned to me that they were concerned about our vote last time because we might not be modeling, good behavior for the community, even though we're masked and we tested. So that is, I'm, contributing to my rethinking my vote last time. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay. Alicia?
Yeah, I just wanted to share a couple of things, and some of these things are things that other counselors have already said. But just personally, I think like ideally I would want to meet in person. I think that is the best form of meeting in terms of bonding and getting work done. And I would love for that to be the goal. And that's where I want to be. I don't feel like that's the best decision for my family. I've already explained that. And I don't feel left out though. Like while I wish I could be with you all, and I really wish I could, and I can, I think this is the best decision. I know it's not your all's fault that we're in this situation, but we're in uncharted territories. And so for me, this is the best decision for me. I'm okay with there being a choice for other counselors who want to be in person, but I need the choice for myself to be at home. And so that is where I stand. But though, because I was in person for the first meeting, I am just now noticing all of the things that Kathy said. And so like Dorothy, I had a very hard time figuring out who was talking when the presenters were presenting. And especially when there was a screen share and all of the people sort of scrunch into the corner, I spent most of the time scrolling, trying to figure out who was talking, especially like when there was a presenter with the camera off and people were going back and forth. And I was actually very confused because usually people are muted. So when they unmute, they pop up. But because you all are not muted, you don't pop up when you start talking. So that is actually very difficult to navigate. And I didn't notice that when I was in person. So I did want to share that. And then also the mics haven't been too much of an issue, but I am sort of having a difficult time hearing Michelle. But besides that, I think there's a way that we can figure out how to make this work. If we do decide to continue in this format, I think we just need to think about making sure that all of those technological and audio pieces are in line for everyone who is attending virtually.
Alicia, thank you for sharing your thoughts and very, very clear about how you feel. Anna.
Yeah, so two parts. The first is I think that we're going to need to continue to shoot this tech-wise, right? Like I think that this is where we need to be able to maybe, I'm like gonna shy away from Mandy Jo a little bit here, maybe break decorum a bit and interrupt if we can't hear someone, right? Like, I think that there needs to be some sort of allowance in our process to say, hey, FYI, I can't hear who's talking, or I don't know who's giving this presentation right now. I don't know if we need to do anything official to make that okay, but it feels important that everyone is heard, not waiting till the end of the presentation and then feeling confused. The second thing I want to just note is I'm going to encourage all of us, I'm going to invite all of us to remember to really speak from our own experiences. There are some of us for whom being at home is the harder option on a Zoom call. And so it's important to, and for reasons we may not want to share in a full public meeting, right? And so it's important for us to kind of share our own experiences where we feel comfortable, but also to trust in one another when we do. I will also be voting to give the option to go home, to be at home or in person, because I personally have felt the benefit of being together. And I recognize that there's some work we can continue to do to make sure we are understood and heard and accessible as well.
There's hands up of two people who've already spoken, so I'd like to take an opportunity to speak. I have found tonight's meeting a lot easier to manage. I don't know why, except people were using the mic better, I think. At the same time, the confusion that took place at the very beginning of the meeting with the poll hearings, I don't think was an issue of the technology as much as it was the confusion of the hearing itself. It was probably not one of our better moments. And I accept full responsibility for that, as I do for anything else like that. One of the things that I have noticed tonight, and I guess I want to make sure we hear from our staff as well. And one of the questions I'm asking is there any way to light up the box for the people that are in the room? And Sean is probably shaking his head no, but I know Sean, and he's going to go investigate that.
We'll see what we can do. There's no easy way I know of right now.
Right. That's what I figured. But Sean, we also know that you and Athena go after these things amazingly well. So I have heard from a few people. One was, like one of you said, not modeling good behavior, the behavior we want from other people. The others were, concerned about whether they could hear us or not, and whether they could see our faces. And I'm one of these people who, besides wearing the mask, I also wear glasses. So by the time you get done, my full face is covered, but you can see my gray hair. But yet I'm going to go back to saying tonight was actually a lot easier. And I feel like the meeting went a lot better than our first meeting did with the people. And it was fine for me that 6 people chose to decide, they chose to stay home. They told us early. And in one case, somebody told us at the last minute, and that was fine too. The main thing is that we need to plug in at 6:15 so we can get all the kinks worked out so we can still start our meetings at 6:30. So Andy and Shalini, with your permission, I'd like to ask the staff to weigh in. Paul?
I also see Councilor Lopes has her hand up. So from my perspective, whatever you decide is fine, but I'm actually going to defer to Athena for her. More impact on her, I think.
Yeah, I'll be here to support whatever you decide. I also have young kids at home and high-risk individuals at home, so this is more exposure than I have in any other part of my daily life. So it does make me a little uncomfortable, but it's what we're doing, and it's my job. So I'll be here if this is what you decide to do.
Sean?
I'd say basically what Athena said. This format's the most challenging for us, but we also realize that we're here to support what the council wants to do. And we know that it's going to continue to evolve. It's going to change again between now and April. It's going to change again in April. It's going to change again after that. So we're here to try and make this work as best we can for the council and the public. So be easier to continue the way we were going, but we'll make it work the best we can.
Yes, Paul?
Just one other thing. I do know that the staff presenters who were permitted to participate remotely really appreciate that, because we know that they're only here for a short period of time, and it can be any time in the evening. You do a timed agenda, which they appreciate. So the courtesy of that, we really appreciate.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to councilor comments. Anika, I don't think you've spoken on this one.
I may have. I was just going to say for myself personally, I do not feel left out. Being at home, I do have reasons. I also am maybe a bit more comfortable because pre-COVID, I'm used to meeting virtually with different time zones and such. But I'm thinking about everyone, and yes, so thank you to Athena and Sean for sharing, because I think that it's important that we're all comfortable.
Okay, I'm going to go back to people who've spoken. Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the people who are at home and who are expressing uncertainty about who is speaking. None of the presenters were in the room. They were all remote, and so that we were, I think all of us, including those of us in the room, were having the same question at times as to which of the people was speaking, particularly during the hearing.
All right. Shalini?
Yeah, I wanted to say that even though the yellow circle doesn't come for the counselors in the room, but the hand does. So look for the hand. The hand shows up on the screen when anyone, so even though it's the town picture with the yellow frame, but you can still see which counselor's hand is up. So keep your hands up and follow the hand. And also I had a question, can Athena do this from home, or does she have to be there? If you're doing the hybrid, why do they need
We
to?
actually have discussed this. If Athena,
sorry, my bad.
as long as there's an eye.
Wait, I can't hear you. Lynn, we can't hear you.
Is she still talking? I can't tell because she's masked.
We can't hear you, Lynn.
Huh?
Can we hear anyone in the room right now? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Oh, we can only hear each other.
You.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can
good.
hear.
Anna, can you hear us?
No. Oh, we're
They
just.
can't hear us. Oh my God, we're in our own bubble. We can say anything we want.
So no, it's just no one with a mask on can hear us.
Oh shoot.
Well,
Laughing.
we can't hear. We can't hear. Let's put our hands up on our ears. Like, we just can't hear.
I think they figured by now that we can't hear them. Oh well.
Good
All right.
reason to do it all from Zoom.
Let's do it.
And there's no comment box, so we can't send a comment.
There's no chat, right?
Yeah, there's no chat. Which is,
Well, they obviously know that what's happened, but they're trying to figure out now.
Yeah, there's no chat.
I don't know if they obviously know.
I think we should tell jokes.
This is our time to get to know each other.
So,
That's right. We can all take a we can take a bathroom break together.
committee reports and
Ay,
other
ay,
votes
ay.
coming. Oops.
Was
Or
that
they
Lynn?
can just continue without us. Oh, I like Anna getting comfortable there.
Eat. Oh, wait for me. Okay.
We should each pick a counselor who's in the room and do what they're doing.
Wait, I can sit up.
But I actually think we're all on TV still, so we should be.
We should be.
That's true. That's true.
The public may be able to hear us and not them. I have
It
no
felt
idea.
so private, but it's not.
That's
It's
so
not
funny.
private.
That's true. That's true. Hmm. Wait, what was the answer
Let's
though?
go for it.
Like, why can't Athena be on Zoom if we're in a hybrid?
Lynn got cut off mid-sentence, so I didn't hear that.
Yeah. She said we had discussed it. I don't remember. Hmm.
But if she's got little kids, she should have, and she can be.
Yeah.
I heard what she was
Yeah.
really saying and I felt bad. I
Yeah,
felt,
that bothers me with,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Sean has younger children too, not as young as Athena's, but this is a grand waste of time.
Grand waste.
you know, Anna wishes she were in the group with us.
Okay, let me see. Did Athena send us? Oh, did Athena send us an email or something? Is anyone trying to connect with us? Should we
okay.
text Lynn?
Did I text Athena or?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Hi, we're now talking to you and we can actually hear you. And
Oh,
Oh,
hello.
yay.
Hello,
Okay.
what happened?
well, I turned my mic off and I turned my computer sound on. Okay, so can anybody hear? Dorothy, you wanted to speak.
Yes.
Wait,
I have one quick question. If we all came, where would we sit?
Hold on. Okay, Dorothy.
If more people came, where would they sit? I did not see sufficient space for the 6 feet spacing or even 4 feet spacing around the horseshoe. Would you set up an additional seating area for the counselors? Because otherwise, I just think it's really risky.
We did have this discussion at one point before we came in for our swearing in. And we talked about trying to create a second area, but we never came to any great solution.
Okay.
I mean, let me just say, if people want to stay home and participate this way, I am fine. And I also want to make sure that we continue to use the phone, Zoom, for being in touch for other things. I mean, I attended every one of the council committee meetings this last 2 weeks. And those were all by Zoom. And there was enormous frivolity, by the way, at one of them. All of you will be jealous of GOL.
Oh, my goodness. How could they laugh?
I revealed it. Mandy Jo, you have your hand up.
Do I have to just shout over to your mic?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to state that, our kids.
They can't hear you.
You can't, you're gonna have to.
Mute. And you need to mute and you need.
I need to mute, okay?
I could not hear Mandy Jo at all.
We can also increase our own personal volumes when different people's volumes go high.
I've
and
been
low.
doing that, honey.
Okay.
I'm at the top of my volume. My computer doesn't go any louder.
So you should be able to hear me now.
Turn your sound off.
Lynn, you have to turn your sound off.
The rest of you need, all of you need.
No, just you, Lynn. No, turn your speaker, your speakers off. Did you? No, like your computer speakers.
Now you're challenging me.
So I just wanted to say that since April of 2021, our students in the ARPS school district have been in person. And since this past fall, they've not only been in person, but they have not been sitting 6 feet apart. They've been attending classes in a regular classroom with regular sizes. And there has been no in-school transmission that the school district has been able to determine. So while I appreciate Dorothy's concern, we have some very good data in Amherst regarding mask wearing and classrooms that if you wear masks in school, transmission doesn't happen. And so I'm going to say I feel perfectly safe sitting in this room with a high quality mask on, like.
Oh, I love you. Whoops, I think I'm not mute.
Can you hear me? Yes. Are we echoing? No. All right, Shalini.
Yeah, okay, I think it's, we've agreed that we can be at home or wherever, but you got cut off when you were explaining to us why Athena can't be at home or other staff members can't be at home if they need to be.
The goal that we originally had is when we returned to the town room, that Athena would not need a IT backup. If she is home and running the meeting from home, then we do need to bring an IT person in. Right now, we have Sean here, thank heavens, because he knew what to do with the closet. But we really didn't, normally we would have just had to call Sean at home and say help. Okay, so that's something we have to work out. But if Athena has, or anybody has a family situation that means they should be at home, then that's what they should do. And we have to work around that. Okay,
Agree.
Pat?
Yeah, I feel strongly that we should go back to Zooming and not being in the room. I think we establish relationships much better in smaller committee meetings. Also, a lot of us are trying to connect with each other on the outside, working together on different topics, different potential bylaws and things like that. I find it really uncomfortable that Sean and Athena, who are both uncomfortable with being here, are here because we have to be in the room. And I find that I don't like that very much at all. I think that we should be respecting their needs as strongly as we're stressing our own. So I think it's wrong. It's an odd abuse of power to say that they need to be here, or one of them, or Athena can be home as long as Sean is here, but and neither of them really want to be here, but they'll do it for us. So I think we need to think about that.
Shalini?
Yeah, I think it doesn't have to be either or, right? Like maybe, I mean, if we don't have to decide that now, but is there a way for people, staff to do this from home and staff who are, but this can be discussed out of whatever. But I think there's a way that we can have staff also be at home and those who need to be in person, because it is a need for people, as we've seen. It's a physical, mental well-being need to be in person for some people, and so I think let's try to make it work for everyone.
So I'd like us to move to the vote, and I would also say that we will do everything we can to make it work out for staff the way they need it to work out. Are there any other comments? Earlier, Andy, you had your hand up, and Michelle, you now have your hand up.
I'm going to test the speaker. Is that better? Okay. So what exactly are we reconsidering? I did read the motion, but are we reconsidering? If I vote yes, what am I voting?
If you vote yes, you are voting for us to continue in person, and though not in the motion, anybody can be at home. By the way the rules read, or the way the thing reads, even the person chairing the meeting can be at home. So.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you vote yes, you're voting to continue with what we've been doing. If you vote no, you're voting to go back to virtual. Okay? Okay. Thank you. We'd have to go to a different motion. If this one fails, we would go back to a different motion. Alicia?
I'm sorry, I just have one other question, and I don't know if this is too much, but would it be possible to have another staff or IT appointee come in place like regularly of Athena and Sean, like somebody who's willing and able and doesn't have a family that could be an appointee for now, or a temporary stand-in? Is that something that can be looked into?
That's something we'll explore. We'll explore all the possible options, but that's something that really is a management decision. And so I would work with Paul to have him decide. Okay? Yes? All right. The motion is effective immediately to hold all town council meetings in the in-person meeting format until April 1, 2022. If you vote yes, you agree with what we're presently doing. If you vote no, and if there is a majority of no's, then we will go to a different motion. So I'm going to begin the voting with Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Top.
No.
Alicia Walker.
No.
Shalini Bowmill.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer, I'm going to abstain. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
No.
Pam Rooney.
No.
Kathy Shane.
No. Tied. It's tied.
Hate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a tie?
To tie.
I am voting yes. And again, I welcome all people who would like to stay home. Please do what makes you comfortable. And let me just say that if you find that I'm at home sometime, it's because for the third time, my son will have been in an exposed situation. We've already gone through 2. So it ain't easy, and I understand how you all feel. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's get out of here tonight. We are done with votes. So we are going to move to the rest of the agenda. It is already past 10 o'clock. I just want to point that out. Appointments, we've done. Committee and liaison reports. Mandy Jo?
Just want to report that CRC closed its public hearing on the proposed moratorium on solar, ground-mounted solar at the last meeting, and will be the main topic of consideration on Thursday night will be a deliberation on that recommendation.
Thank you.
And there is a revised proposal in the packet from the sponsors.
Thank you. Elementary School Building Committee, Kathy Shane.
Hi, I put a fairly extensive report in the packet, and I just want to, if Athena, are you able to pull up the chart pack? I just want to show 2 upcoming meetings, the flyers for them, because they are in the council packet, but if Athena's able to, or I can share it on my screen. so I can make sure any public that's still out there can see them. And just go to slide number 3, Athena. Okay, we're in a stage of the school development where we're gathering information and we have to submit it to the granting authority. And that includes an education plan, doing exploration of the buildings and the sites, talking about options, and we're gathering information from the community. These 2 workshops, one workshop, one forum, are coming up in the coming week, in the next 7 days. So I'm urging everyone to share them with as many people as you can to get them. These are open public meetings. They're posted on the website of the building committee. And the first one, which is this week on Wednesday, is an educational visioning workshop, and you can see what it is, but it's talking about the goals and priorities that we hold for educating kids, especially the way it links with the design of the building. And this is a required development and education plan that will be voted by the school committee. Next slide, Athena. The second, which will be on February 3rd, this is next week. Again, it's an open meeting. This is a community forum where Danisco Design, our design team, will be reporting on the overall schedule of the project, what has been coming out of the educational visioning, and the sites and building evaluation. The building committee has set up how we're going to be evaluating. We have to look at a renovation, an ad reno, or a new building, and we have 2 potential building sites. So this is an information sharing, but then there'll be breakout rooms so community members can voice questions. So I'm really urging you to get this out, and I'm willing to come to any district meeting if you'd like me to explain what these are. By March, we hope to move from this exploration stage of options without decisions to narrowing it down to a preferred option, and the target timeline for that is June. There will be more community forums, and we promise to have forums well before we make a decision. And I think that's it, Lynn. Everything else is in the packet. We do have a website that we're posting forums on. We've put up frequently as questions with answers, and they went up today. So if people have them, they can go on them. Alicia is on the committee. We have a small group thinking about other creative ways of doing outreach to get the word out, to reach people who might not be in Zoom meetings such as this one or regularly checking, but we're reaching out to parent PGOs and other communities. But these are 2 that are really important to get people to both to learn about where we are, ask a question, or make a comment. Thank you.
Alicia, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I think Kathy did a great job. Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks. But be prepared for the fact that I'll be calling on you as well, okay? Andy, Finance Committee.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. Finance Committee had 1 meeting, and of course, as with all committees, we elected officers and re-elected the committee, re-elected me, and I thank the committee for doing so. Its confidence, and re-elected Kathy as the vice chair of the committee. We agreed that we would meet on Tuesday mornings from 9 to 11. I've made a commitment to be very careful about agenda and to move the agenda to try and adhere to that 2-hour time period. The next meeting is on February 8th, at which time we will then decide on the dates for the future meetings to take us through April. The agenda for that next meeting, just so that you know, on the 8th is not fixed totally, but we probably will have the report from the Community Preservation Act Committee with its recommendations. I have sent an email off to the chair of that committee, and I'm waiting to hear back. Staff will be providing the FY22 first and second quarter financial reports. We may discuss some of the transportation fund issues that were there, and there was one carryover item from the last council, and that was the Financial Procedures Policy Manual. And we may pick up on that discussion at the next meeting.
Thank you. GOL, Michelle Miller.
As Lynn said, GOL is a very fun committee, and I encourage you all to come check it out. So we reviewed carryover items, including bylaws that have been passed down from the former council. We are in the process of soliciting input from counselors on town council rules of procedure and liaisons to town committees. And so that's in the pipeline. Once we receive that input, we'll be reviewing those. And also in the pipeline is a review of the solar moratorium when that comes to us. Thanks.
Okay. Anika, I don't know if you have anything to tell us about Jones Library Committee, but if you do, now's your chance.
No, I'm sure I will after this, this week's meeting.
Great, thank you. Dorothy, TSO?
Okay. TSO met and elected officers, and they elected me chair and Shalini Balmin as vice chair. We spent a lot of time going over items brought forward, and we will be deciding what order depending upon the timing of other things. But obviously, we now have a big package coming on our lap to do with the parking issues. We are still, our next meeting is on February 1st, and it starts at 7. And we're setting up, we have a doodle poll, which is in process to find out our regular meeting date. So that's really it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have no liaison reports, but I want to remind you that GOL has reached out to ask if you have questions or committees you feel should have liaisons or not. And I also want to mention that GOL has asked you if you have any other items specifically as it relates to changes in the rules of procedure. Anna, you have your hand up.
Yeah, my question is for the chair of GOL, which is I've got some folks who have reached out asking when liaisons would be appointed. I know you're early in the process. Do you have any rough idea on that timeline?
I'm gonna defer to either Mandy or Lynn on
They,
that.
well, to start, they need to complete the list. Then they bring the list to the council. We agree to the list. And we can either be very formal and I can reach out, or we can have a right on the spot, who would like to serve as liaison for this committee and see how we do it. I think we probably do the latter so that I'm hoping that we could be doing this no later than the end of February, maybe even earlier. Okay.
I'd also like to add that Councillor Lopes was elected as vice chair of the committee.
Thank you. Okay, we've approved minutes. Paul, town manager's report.
So I recognize you're going into your 5th hour of the meeting. So
Yeah.
this is the first time, for many of you, the first time I presented the town manager report. The purpose of the report is to give you information on the operations of the town. If there's anything that you would like to see that's not covered in it, or there are ways I can make it better, please let me know. There's usually I pick 2 or 3 things I want to highlight. First thing for tonight is that we appreciate the time to have our health director talk about COVID-19. That's something that dominates our decision-making, as we heard tonight with this, but also with the university students returning. We're paying very close attention to what's happening. They're certainly back. It was a busy weekend for our police and fire departments. And the bars were hopping this weekend. So we're going to be paying close attention this week to what's happening going forward. Very happy to have our new hybrid ambulance put in service, and it takes a long time to commission something like this. It has to be inspected and approved by medical professionals before we can put it into service. It is here, it's operational. That's exciting. The report shows a lot of grants. We are incredibly successful at achieving grants, and just credit to our staff who are out there looking for grants, obtaining them. And it runs the gamut. The most interesting one is a way to make public art public. And we have the chair of the Public Art Commission, Bill Kazin, with one of our staff members who are going to be participating in this. And when they participate in the seminars on how to create better public involvement, you also qualify for a grant to purchase more art. So that's kind of an exciting thing. The other big initiative that we launched this week was the age and dementia-friendly community effort. That's again worked on with the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, with the senior director Haley Bolton and our staff planner Maureen Pollock, and they've really taken charge of this. And we had a huge turnout. 40, 50 people were at the first sort of open meeting, including some counselors, which we appreciated. So that's a big project, but it's something that we've been wanting to do for a long time. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there questions for the town manager? Dorothy?
I want to say that I find the town manager's report one of the most interesting things I read every week or so. And I have marked it up with all kinds of questions. I wish that we could do it earlier in the meeting, because I think the public would really like to hear more of what's in the report. I know it's posted and I included a link for it with my latest pammogram, but yeah, there's just so many times I want to say, well, what is this rental efficiency plan? And what was the result of the RFP for Belchertown Road? And just so many questions, because so much is happening and you guys are really doing a lot. So I just want to say thank you for the great report, but I wish that we could have it at a better time spot. We could go into these things.
Mandy Jo? I'm sorry, yeah, you're next.
Just one question. You talked about the re-precincting and the fact that our district maps were accepted and that they were effective as of December 31st of 2021, which means they're effective now. So I just wanted to confirm or ask that, does this mean that our general and primary elections in 2022 will be run under those maps? And if so, will we be looking at new polling places and all? Is the clerk looking at that? And if so, can we have some of that information really early? Because so many things changed with these maps that the education component to get people to the right locations, given that there was a lot of changes in lines, is going to be really important. So if we can decide those locations really early, I think that would be extremely helpful. Maybe even this spring, because I think the primary is in early September. So deciding these over the summer might not be the best idea.
Sure. So yes, there's going to be information going out to all the voters, because we have not done the local census, where we developed the street list from. We're waiting for this information, because when we do that townwide mailing, we'll be able to educate people about what precinct they're in and that kind of thing. But that's a really good point. We will, I'll talk with the town clerk about if there needs to be a change in the polling locations or how that's going to go forward. So I'll bring that forward to later.
Michelle Miller.
I have a comment and a question. My comment is I saw under economic development that the town manager and his staff is using ARPA funds to develop options for adding contracted staff to support economic development. And I just want to share my strong support for that. I think this is an area that I really hope the council will have the opportunity to talk more about in the near future. And my question is on Hampshire College, the 7.69 acre land site that is for sale behind Atkins, and wondering if we as a town have any use for that land, if it's been considered in any way with respect to affordable housing or otherwise.
So we have looked at that land. It is not something we think the town should purchase. We would like that to go on the commercial tax rolls or residential tax rolls. We think that's a perfect location because it's part of the village center and zoned that way. We would encourage that to be developed by a private developer.
Yeah. Okay. Shalini?
Yeah, regarding sheltering and using $1 million, are we considering a year-round shelter? And are we considering buying our own space for the shelter?
Yeah, it's a very high priority, is finding a shelter, a permanent shelter place for the Craig's Doors to locate in the town. They've been in 3 locations in 3 years. We're always at the mercy of a religious community who's welcoming us, and the town has been really generous that way in terms of our communities. But this is a unique opportunity that we'd like to use our ARPA funds combined with state funds to find a permanent home for them, and that's what we're actively working on.
Thank you. And it'll be a year-round shelter or only?
It's, Craig Stores operates it. They would have to make that call.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Kathy?
I have a question about something that's not on the report. I agree. I love these reports, but I've been waiting to see a notice that the bidding papers have gone out for the North Amherst Library. Do you know? I think they were done in November, because that was your last report said they would be done. So that's the question.
Yes. So we have not put that out to bid yet. There's additional work that's being done. I know that I talked with Guilford about this today, working with Kuhn Riddle to do some final edits for it before it goes out. I really want to get it out the door. So yeah, we should have put it out a while ago. We're still working to get it out. We haven't done so, but it should be out within a week or two.
Okay, Jennifer Taub.
Thank you. Yes, this was, I guess, under your outreach with the community school building. A couple of people have mentioned that there is, I think, an opening on the school committee for a resident representative, and where that was at.
Yes, so we have a vacancy. One of the members, the community members, has resigned. So we do have a vacancy. We're recruiting for that. People can put their name in for that. And so I'm hoping there'll be a lot of interest in that, but we have not done the interviews for that at this point in time. But still, yes, actively recruiting for that.
Okay. We've already, so we're down to town councilor comments. Let me just mention a couple things. First of all, I'm waiting we will be receiving the CPA recommendations, and that is an automatic referral to the finance committee. The second thing is that I'm still working on the retreat rather than get into a lot of that tonight. I'll be sending out a follow-up email. At this point, Athena and I have been talking about the fact that moving the sound system to the bangs is actually almost too difficult. And so we may end up trying to see how we can use this room with these mics and spread out even more for the retreat. For the general public, it is a meeting that is open to the public, but there is no public comment and there will be no public in the room. I also want to mention that coming up on our agenda next 2 weeks from now, first of all, is the continuation of the poll hearings. Second of all, we will be having a public forum that is on 2 financial appropriations. The first is the additional money necessary to contract for the owner's project manager and the architect for the elementary school committee. And the second is the fire truck that we already, in both instances, we've made an initial appropriation. And now it's time to either add to that appropriation because we know what we need, or in the case of the fire truck, we've added features, and even then it'll be, I think, 15 months until it's delivered. It's a pumper. So I decided not to do that public forum tonight, along with the first time that this group would have a public hearing, because I just thought it was a little too much. So that's why that didn't happen on this agenda. The other things I have on the 7th are the flood maps, and that will be Chris Brestrup coming forward with a huge culmination of a project for that every 10 years we redo our flood maps. And if CRC is completed with the proposed solar moratorium, We will have the first reading of that. And it is my goal also to reinstitute the president's reports and have the first one of those at the beginning meeting of each of the months. So that would be the 7th. I just want to say, I want to thank all of you. We were able to get the committees up and running faster than I could have ever possibly hoped for. Having everything up and running, chairs elected, vice chairs elected, business being conducted, and all of that happening within the first 3 weeks of the town council being sworn in is just an outstanding speed. And we could not have done it without everybody cooperating the way you have. So with that, I'd like to ask if there's any other future agenda items, questions, or councilor comments. I guess not. Mandy Jo.
You have on the agenda something about working sessions?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, thank you. I actually want to make sure that either during a council meeting or at the retreat, we discuss working sessions, we identify the appropriate time to do it, and we identify some initial topics that we would like to include. I see that as hopefully a retreat topic, but I want to make sure we get started on it because I think there's a growing list that people would like to include for that. Okay, does that help? All right. Anything else? Any other questions? Jennifer.
So the flood maps report, is there any way we get that maybe a little earlier? Because it sounds like it's be a lot to go through.
Yeah, I'm sure that Chris will be providing an extensive report. And to the extent possible, we'll try to get it to you even maybe a week in advance. Okay.
And that will require a referral to CRC and the planning board because there are zoning bylaw changes to it.
Thank you. So we'll hear it once and then we'll hear it again. Okay, actually, we'll hear it twice after that as a council. Anything else? I'm sorry, Michelle.
Process question. If a counselor would like to have something added to the agenda, what is your preferred process, Lynn, for that?
My preferred process is that you contact me initially either by saying, can we talk, or you send me an email. I then think that based on our conversation tonight, we want to make sure that if it's going to be on the agenda or being on a future agenda, that there be backup to go in with the item. So yes, that is the preferred process. And also that it come to me as early as possible and not after we've posted the agenda. In fact, we meet 2 weeks, we will meet tomorrow, no, Wednesday, to discuss the agenda for February 7th, okay? Then during the next week, we begin pulling whatever else. And then sometime, usually a week later, Athena and Anna and I, at a minimum, sometimes Paul joins us, we meet and we finalize the agenda, and that is what gets posted. At that point, the only other thing I do ask is that if you are going to make an amendment to a motion, that you make sure Athena and I know you want to make that amendment no later than noon on Monday, and preferably far before then. Okay, does that help? Great. Andy.
Yeah, just real quick, Paul, you mentioned the elementary school building committee having a vacancy. For the sake of people who are interested in getting out the word, is that a community activity forum application?
Yes, it is.
And just for the sake of new counselors who are not familiar with the form, it's under, I think, boards and committees on the webpage.
Right. Following on that, Paul, are you looking for a parent? Are there certain types of things you're looking for?
We want someone who'll be engaged with the community. It's really about being plugged in with the community and making sure that it's all about communication. And so someone who feels really connected to the community, especially the community that's being impacted by the new building.
Great. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of either me or Paul or any other councillor comments? Mandy Jo actually raised her hand, so at one point I had to look over instead of here. Thanks, Mandy Jo, I appreciate that. Seeing none, I declare the meeting adjourned, and it is 11, no, it's only 10. It's 10:58, no? 56, thank you. Okay, 10:56, thank you.